Welcome to event number 3 of the 2025 PokerGO Cup. It is time for some late night day 1 coverage from the PokerGO studio at Aria Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. My name is Remko Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth for yet another thrilling night of poker action. And as the action gets underway, we have 23 players still in contention, 19 places paid, so we are a little further into the structure as the action starts here on your live stream. We are live on PokerGO, live on YouTube, and we have quite a fun feature table. Isaac Kempton, fan favorite. Cherish Andrews back in the mix. Victoria Lifshitz. Check out octopypoker.ai while you're at it. Keith Lear back in the mix. Aram Zobian, former main event finalist Adam Weinraub, and John Andrus all at this table. We'll pivot as well to table B, which includes, among others, Mr. Sean Winter and Jim Colopy. More on that in just a few minutes. For now, want to welcome you all to our coverage. We're going to stream all the way down until we have our final table of 7 set. So please put on some coffee, maybe some tea, crack open a cold one. We're going to have, according to my estimations, 4 to 5 hours of poker action here tonight from the Las Vegas Strip, where, by the way, it is raining cats and dogs. So perhaps it brings out the crazies because it hasn't rained in Las Vegas for over 200 days. Vibes inside the studio are very good, laid back, relaxed. We have another smasher of a field, 129 total entries, creating a first prize of $316,000. Again, setting a new bar. Broke the record yesterday, broke the record today. And here we are, first hand at the feature table. Victoria Lifshitz opening up to 35K. And Cherish Andrews, who is working on quite the series so far, making the call with the 9s. Action over to Aram Zobian on the button. Donnie, we might have a very juicy first hand here on our hands.
Yeah, let's go. Let's just get it started with a bang, shall we?
Zobian creating 3-way action here. Let's see if Weinraub gets a nice hand here for a good price, but he does not, so we have 3-way action to the flop. Queen, 4, 6, all clubs here. Andrews and Zobian with a club. Lifshitz, top pair, top kicker. She checks rather quickly, multi-way on this all club flop. Is that a sort of a common approach to not let this hand get out of control?
Yeah, I mean, I think just having to play it out of position against one person is difficult enough. Now against 2 people, you know, what sort of sizing you going to come with? Can you get yourself into a really tricky spot if you want to go big, deny some equities against some draws? Just get tricky. So, you know, a little bit pot control, be a little bit conservative here. I don't think she's going to be folding just yet. I think her hand is too good, so just look to check call. Even if it checks through, you know, I think it's fine, and then you can proceed on, you know, the various turn cards that you can be presented with.
Lifshitz right now is like one of those NFL fans in the stands going, defense, defense.
Exactly, exactly.
Just playing defense with top pair, top kicker, hoping for a clean run out. Meanwhile, haven't seen anyone depart just yet from this pot as Andrews comes along as well. She holding the covering stack. Lifshitz, Andrews, check, check again. Zobian now on the button. Is he going to take the free card?
He could take the free card, yes. I mean, he didn't really thin the field at all here.
River brings the 6 of hearts. Lifshitz with the check mark.
And a pretty good run out for her overall. You know, another club didn't come in. Like a king didn't come in, right? I mean, I think she feels all right. Cherish on the tank here. Interesting spot for her. Might want to bet.
Andrews decides to take a stab of her own for 40K. Zobian whiffs on the river. Potentially an easy one for him.
Yeah, and this feels kind of blocky from Cherish. If she checks, you know, is Sobian going to kind of unload to an uncomfortable bet size that she would possibly be faced with.
And
Understandable call.
And Lifshitz, without showing any post-flop aggression, picks up a really nice pot here with ace-queen. Pot control all the way, not letting this thing get out of control. Manages to fade additional clubs and or scare cards. And she now up to 735. All right, shout out to everyone in the chat, whether you're on PokerGo or on YouTube. Very much appreciated. We're also live on X, formerly known as Twitter. Please chime in. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know how your night has been going. King J in the chat asking, where is this being played? Well, if you're in Las Vegas, we're just a few short steps away from the Aria Poker Room. Just go outside through the rain. Don't fall, don't slip. That pavement is slippery tonight. We are on the walkway as you head towards the Las Vegas Strip, inside the PokerGo studio, where the giant gold cards are on the facade of this building. It is literally impossible to miss. If you're a poker fan, you have to, at the very least, step into this room at some point. And if the bankroll allows it, you're going to have to come and play here. I can say this because I hear this all the time, and I've played in this studio, but not these kinds of stakes. But it is the nicest place to play poker. Definitely has a special atmosphere to it.
Call in.
And here comes Keith Lear with King 8 of spades, moving all in from the button after the raise of Isaac Kempton to 30,000.
How much is that large stack of chips?
Like 180 or something.
180.
I'd love
Why
a.
can't it be a little less?
Nope, it's a little less. There you have it.
175 is the shove.
So sad right now.
I believe these two just met earlier today.
They're already best friends.
Well, Kempton was
That'll
playing.
make you happy.
He made a comment about he doesn't prefer no limit hold'em or something along those lines. And Lear, you know, a PLO specialist in his own right, pounced right away. Oh, what do you play? Kempton says, I like PLO. Keith Lear said, oh, you want to play me heads up and give me the button? Like immediately. Kempton's like, what are you talking about? Why did you get the button? Keith Lear's like, I'm like 62 years old. What do you mean?
Food runner?
It's so funny. Keith Lear tried to pull the same thing with Brown Bala yesterday when they were both at the feature table.
Caffeine in it?
I mean, my recommendation would be, Keith, listen, you're coming in a little hot.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta rope them in a little bit. I mean, come on, you've been around the game. Hustle a bit here.
I like sweet drinks.
But it was really comical to once Keith heard that Kempton liked PLO, he pounced, just absolutely pounced.
I'd love to go to a dinner with Keith Lear and Isaac Kempton. I think that'd be hilarious.
I don't know the figure this time around, but Keith Lear has more last longers
Oh,
in this one.
Good sweat. I like
So.
that. For those who didn't watch last night, Keith Lear cashed an additional $80,000 for finishing in the money. So that is quite a bit more than today's min cash as well. For those just tuning in, we are down to 23 players. Final 19 will get paid at least $19,000. So we are rapidly approaching the money, after which we'll steamroll towards the final 7, who are guaranteed $51,000 with $316,000 up top. That'll be tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific time. Jeff and Brent on the call. Today's final table, in case you haven't seen it yet, quite a battle, and most interesting of all, the same exact heads-up match as we had in event number 1.
Absolutely wild. Michael Montek, a.k.a. Texas Mike, up against Joey Wiseman. I mean, I guess pretty much everyone can just go home. Everyone else is playing for third place in all the tournaments because those guys are just going to be heads up in every tournament.
Seeing questions in the chat asking about which other players are still in. Texas Mike and Joey Wiseman will not go head-to-head in this one. They have both been eliminated.
I saw a tweet from Texas Mike saying he's feeling a little bit burnt out. Didn't feel like he played his best game overall today. He's going to take the night off, regroup, and get back in there tomorrow. So
Young coconut.
not done with the series. We'll see him in there. Of course, Texas Mike is in that 50K side bet. Speaking of side action, 50K per person. I think there's like 6, 7, maybe 8 players in there. Have to win the cup, the overall series winner. And then if you do that, you collect 50K from everyone else that's in there. And the way he's going right now,
Yeah.
I mean, he's putting these people in a world of hurt. I think Renlin is in there because Renlin was trying to orchestrate a buyout earlier, or maybe a little bit of a discount, asking for a couple $1,000s off.
As I was saying, a few more names who are on the outer tables. We still got multiple tables in play. Jesse Lonis, Jim Colpe, Matthew Wallman, Adam Hendricks. Yi Clausen, better known as Kit Kat, bubbled last night on the stone bubble. Tonight, she has a much healthier stack, so we'll look forward to seeing if she can make it into the money tonight. Landon Tice at Sebesta. Zhao Samao and Dan Sepiol also among the players in contention tonight. Let us know in the chat if any of those names sound familiar, whether you're rooting for them. Always good to hear from the fans. If you're catching us on YouTube, don't forget to hit that like button.
Largest 10K event ever inside the studio.
That's wild. John Andres here. Jack Ten of Diamonds moves on from 255 after
250.
Zobian made it 35,000.
260.
255.
Feels a little rich here for the king-queen off.
Is Jack Ten of Diamonds the absolute worst hand Andres will ever have there?
Hand looks like pocket kings or queens, but it's neither.
I mean,
My hand or your hand?
My hand.
maybe there's some jams with 10-9 suited. You know,
Pocket
that
jack.
range of hands is probably pretty close.
You're in good shape if you have pocket jacks hands, aren't you?
I should call them.
John Andres, no stranger to the bright lights, 2.8 million in career earnings. Cashed in event one here at the Cup. Also one small cash at the kickoff series. So he's got some points on the board in the race for the PGT Championship. More on that on PGT.com. We're hosting $1 million free roll at the end of the year. By the way, you at home can also get into the mix, Donnie. Tell the people how they can try to get into that one.
Yeah, so if you guys go to pgt.com/gleam, and Gleam is spelled G-L-E-A-M, then you can enter our free social media Dream Seat giveaway. You just complete some various social media tasks. Maybe you hit a retweet here, maybe you follow over here, all that sort of stuff. You build up virtual raffle tickets, and then we will be drawing from there for a person to win a Dream Seat and compete in that $1 million championship. So pgt.com/gleam. Get in there.
Lifshitz here making a 35K. Kempton defending from the big blind with ace deuce. Queen 7, absolute smasher flop for Lifshitz, who continues for 25,000. Kempton gets out of the way. Not much for him to gain from a flop like that. Back to the chat here for just a second. Alexander says, rooting for Den Sepiol. Sepiol became quite a hot topic, Donnie, during the most recent WSOP. I believe it was a must-win bracelet bet that he was involved in.
Yeah, a bunch of people. It got pretty juicy. He ended up winning one.
Yeah, Sepiol
course.
won the $1,500 shootout, outlasting a final table that also included Jeremy Osmus and Daniel Strelitz.
You gotta play, man.
For first, he said it only works in really big tournaments, so I need to go to Asia.
You going to Jeju?
No. You?
Not many bad things.
No.
Going back for that buffet?
I want to go back, but I can't.
Monster here for Andres on 330,000. Andres just about deep enough here for Andrews to potentially get some value from her small pocket pair?
Yeah, maybe if he's a little bit shorter, she just folds that hand. Zobian also coming in from the big. Highest club does belong to Andres.
Action checked around once. Let's see what happens on the turn here. If you're Andrews and you see this flop, even though there's no aggression, and then this turn, are you still just done with the hand, or does your confidence grow a little bit, thinking that you might be up against two high hands that have not connected?
Yeah, I think he probably factors in, I have some showdown value, maybe not a ton. I also maybe don't want to get too crazy. Kind of similar to what Victoria Lifshitz did not too long ago. You know, playing a little bit more defense, right? Like, I don't think he's folding if Andrews bets the turn here. Like, I think he's just going to check call.
Great river card here for Andres, who finds the king.
Yeah, now I think he can bet it fairly confidently.
$45,000 is the bet from Andres. Obviously bad news for Andrews, as the king is exactly
I feel the money
card
for you
that
today. I think you're going to make the money today.
could have here.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Andrews lets go of it, and so does Zobian. Small one heads in Andres' direction.
She appreciates that. That's part of baby Remko. You have to put on. Getting it harder.
Any word on whether Sam Laskowitz's girlfriend has gone into labor yet?
I don't think Melissa has. I mean, we don't know right now, but he finished the final table today, and then he hopped into the next event. So,
Wow.
At that point, he was still good to play.
That's amazing.
We liked Ava, saw the list, and then it was like a top 20 video. And I was like, we need to mix.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Weinraub down to just 80K, finds ace king, and Andres with ace queen of spades. He's going to be feeling pretty good about this.
80, I believe.
80.
Andres does make the call. Action folds around, and Weinraub will see the good news. He's way out in front here.
You were picked.
He was picked.
All you gotta do is ask.
That's crazy.
It's not over.
Yeah.
I've been here before. I saw this movie.
Good news for you. I had a queen.
Thank you. Oh yes.
Weinraub looking to survive here as we see king 10,
This might be too.
9,
This might be too many
two
flops.
hearts.
This might be too many cards to dodge, or not enough. I mean,
Clean run out for Weinraub, was back up to 200K.
what a flop.
Right back out of the danger zone. A little hit there to Andres.
Yeah, you asked to be picked. Pick me.
Yeah, that's nice.
Pick me this time. See if it works.
I have to complain now, right?
Yeah.
That's so bullshit.
Gives me a little breathing room.
Kempton now shortest at this table. Not in the money yet, of course. But we'll get there at some point tonight. King Queen off here for Victoria. Did we place her right in front of the Octopi Poker logo? Like, was that planned?
I'm
Like,
sure
did producer Aiden set this up?
I'm sure she requested it, you know? Be on brand.
So every time she raises, just, you know, right on top of George. Just,
It's
you know.
it's a missed opportunity not to have a George card protector. Lifshitz here makes it 35, and Andrews decides to fight.
Yeah, 85.
85,000. The 3-bet.
Yeah, gonna make it pretty uncomfortable here for Victoria. I mean, not that she can't call. She could if she wanted to, but tricky to play out of position against an aggressive player, and we know Cherish is that. Into the muck it goes. Cherish cruising here, 1.1 million.
Yeah, she had a great run and came close to winning event number 1 at the Cup here this week. Was chip leader, I believe, briefly. Ultimately got unlucky. I want to say Jacks versus a 7-ish.
I think so, yeah.
Have fun.
But how about that other Jack's hand she played?
Oh, that was great. Viral sensation.
Good luck.
Full house up against, was it Texas Mike, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Just one. That's a good one.
Looks like we're losing a Ramzobian here.
I've won a single hand, so go with this.
It's a good opportunity.
Is Jesse still in? Lonus?
Sounds like a last longer type question.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's pretty short.
I got a last longer with him.
I'm sure he'll let you know.
All in.
This one's enough for
All of it?
Kempton.
The whole enchilada.
9
Do
big
you like
blinds.
enchiladas?
They're okay.
Yeah, me too.
I'd rather have like a taco.
Me too.
I think it's 135.
A little casual conversation about everyone's favorite Mexican food as Weinraub finds ace-9 of hearts.
I have a
He'll-
5 and an ace.
Let's go.
Little tangle here with Kempton.
That's not good.
Kempton is covered by Weinraub, who holds
I think
ace-9
I
of
need that
hearts.
card, right? The 5.
5.4 million in total earnings to
I'm not very
Kempton's
good at
name.
these, so yours
Burst
is
onto the
good.
scene
Good
not
for
too
you.
It worked
long
against
ago.
the ace queen here. Just to hold on.
Has already solidified him as one of the most aggressive and creative players on the scene. Will he stay in this event? It's not looking like it, but a 6 would give him a straight here as Weinraub hits a pair and the 6 comes
you
in
predicted
on
it.
the turn. Running
We
6s,
got all the 6s.
and Kempton doubles to 300K. Weinraub
There, I guess.
down to just crumbs with 35,000.
Look at you go.
I mean, you still got chips though. At least you got a chance.
He's gonna rub it in? Come on, man.
Bluffing chip.
Still got chips, yeah. 2 big blinds.
Whew.
Good one here for Kempton, fresh off that double, ace-king.
Now you have chips and
Now I'm feeling good. I'm playing the rush.
I hear you. I don't blame you.
Kempton makes it 30K. Lifshitz decides to defend with ace-7 from the big. And the ace on the flop here might turn out to be costly.
Yeah, as long as Kempton's hand stays best, Lifshit's going to be paying a little bit of a toll here. Top pair is top pair. Understandably coming along so far. Check call.
8 of hearts on the turn. Nothing scary out there for Kempton, who will probably start sizing up a bit here.
Seconds.
75-ish?
It might be 80 either way, right in that ballpark. And then if he gets called, would imagine as long as there's a clean river, he's going to try and get the rest of it in.
Now, if we're Lifshitz here, obviously we are aware of the fact that Kempton could have a stronger ace, but how do we convince ourselves to get away from this if we even would consider that?
I mean, it's hard, you know. End of the day, though, I mean, your kicker's really not that great. I think Kempton has all the ace-kings, ace-queens. Ace-jack, yes, but, you know, is he going to go 3 streets with ace-jack? I mean, I could see it, yeah, for sure. There's
here we go.
A little bit of a fumbling kind of all in.
Two good handfuls here from Kempton, betting almost all of his remaining chips. 295 in the middle, betting 160, leaving himself with 5K. Lifshitz now with the real decision to make. Now, Donnie, what kind of bluffs
160.
could Kempton have here?
160.
What kind of hands does Lifshitz beat?
I think the most obvious bluff to me sticking out is like a king, jack, king 10 of hearts specifically, where he continues on the turn. You know, he continues on the flop. Good texture for him. Oh, wow.
Wow, the call has been made, and Kempton goes for an awesome spin up here. In a matter of a few hands, he goes from almost out the door versus Weinraub, who held the dominating ace,
Almost 3-bet.
to then just raking in the chips hand after hand, and now up to 620, which is up almost 400,000 from where he
3-bet
was
small or shove?
just a few hands ago.
Would you have lost it all?
And note what Andres said there, because
I guess I'm glad you didn't.
maybe it's a subtle little getting under the skin of Lifshitz, because he said he almost 3-bet the king 9 suited,
Oh.
which then Lifshitz would have pitched the ace-7 off,
Right,
right? And
right.
doesn't get in that spot. But of course, Andres, you know, he elected to fold his hand, which then brings Lifshitz in from the big blind. This is some spin for the kid, huh?
Let me tell you, people at home, you want Kempton to have chips. You want him to go deep. He has some good quips, good one-liners. Hopefully he'll bring him to the table here. Keith Lear finds 6s. He's on 200K. Might see a shove, and there it is. Keith Lear jams. By the way, we're not in the money yet, so still a bit of additional pressure here on the players.
Oh, Lifshitz could come here.
195.
She's 2.
Oh, 205, my bad.
205 is the jam from Lear. Lifshitz in the small blind. Decides to let go of ace-jack. Okay. Perhaps influenced a bit by the hit she just took.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Maybe with
I
her
didn't
stack
mind the
getting
call.
cut down a
I
little
got
bit.
a pair.
What I was afraid of.
I said I didn't mind the call. I had a pair.
Trying to pick me again.
Just tuning in to our YouTube stream, please make sure to hit that like button. Let's get us up to 100 likes here. In the first hour of coverage, we'll be with you all night until we hit the final 7. You can relive earlier or today's final table from event number 2 on both PokerGo and YouTube as well. That was quite a final table. Hard-fought battle. Over on our secondary table, not much to report. Sean Winter on 815,000 looking comfortable. Manuel Fritz, who fell just short of the final table last night, back in contention on 770,000. And here we go, Weinraup all in for 35K. King 7, and Andres finds a big one. Pocket tens. He's going to come over the top, make it 80,000. Hoping to isolate and take Weinraup on by himself. Other players get out of the way, and Weinraup is going to be all in for his tournament life again. This time in search of a king. We're not shy with the all-ins at this stage of the tournament. We've seen quite a bit already. Can Weinraup stay in the tournament? And that's going to be very unlikely. The turn is a good one for him, though. River does not deliver. And Adam Weinraup eliminated short of the money. John Andres, after flopping a set, will take these chips. And we got a seat open at the feature table.
Yeah, I know, but this.
I mean, I don't really use them anyway, but.
But if you say that, if you say 80, then we won't charge anything. That's why we do that.
Let's see who will ultimately end up taking this seat.
That's his, yeah.
I felt like I had the
Oops, yep.
What's that?
You might want to call him back.
Now, Donnie, with Weissman and Texas Mike going heads up in event number 2 after they did the same thing in event number 1. Are we already going to say that it's nearly impossible for anyone to catch them in the race for the cup?
Every single person I've ever met who talks about this always says they never use that.
I wouldn't go as so far as to say
believe it. But
impossible,
where'd the other 4 go?
extremely difficult. Yes.
Someone stole them.
Can it be done? Yes. Have we seen similar things before? Yes. I will cite 2023 Poker Masters. We saw Vladis Tomasauskas win the first event, get 6th in the second event, and then win the third event.
It's a no-fly
and
zone.
He didn't win the purple
No-fly
jacket.
zone.
Just because there's so much weight still to come in the 15K events that are going to happen. The 25K finale as well. Still a bunch of different 10Ks.
And look at this, Cherish Andrews applying pressure on both players in the blinds. Backfires as Keith Lear finds ace-9 of clubs for 230K. He'll be all in with the best of it.
A great spot for the Jet right here. He's got that last longer too to sweat.
Lots of money on the line for Keith Lear. And it comes 10-10-7, some chop outs here for Andrews to get away unscathed. Let's see the river card. And it is a jack. So we will split this one.
Lucky you. Yep. I lost money. Hell of a deal. Hell of a deal. Could have been worse.
Let me wake up.
What a legend.
You didn't. Yeah, you definitely didn't realize how much I had.
I didn't see he had the purple.
They blend in with the felt.
Wow.
Oh, there's 40 big blinds. You could have just.
I actually didn't see that you had.
I figured as much.
But you had 4 or 5. here's a good.
Close. Jeez.
I mean, say what you will about this table, but compared to last night, I believe we've already seen more all-ins in 35 minutes than we saw in 3 hours.
Yeah.
Of course, we're helped a little bit by the
Purple chips, purple felt.
presence
Call
of
it.
short stacks, and Keith Lear's going to go for it again.
Doubled up through someone, then I doubled up through her.
I mean, ultimately, you know, it is the name of the game. You know, you got to keep applying that pressure. You got to survive if you don't find
I mean, it might have been my fault actually. I might
ways
have
to
been,
play
like,
post flop.
when you glanced over or something.
Well, no, because I've been sitting here thinking.
Someone in the chat says, is Lear one of those guys with a very dry sense of humor? Correct.
Sorry to burst the bubble.
You'd have called my shove anyway.
But Isaac
I said you'd have
Kempton's
called my shove anyway.
humor might be even drier.
If you min raise and I raise, you still call.
Wow.
Well, no, I just didn't know he had. Like, I thought he had under, but whatever. It doesn't matter. So,
Andrews back to raising, makes it 30K. And Lifshitz once again finds a playable hand for the big blind. Last time this happened, she ended up doubling up Isaac Kempton after a board that looked somewhat good for her. Right now we see Jack 9-3, Andrews with middle pair. Andrews, Donnie, I will admit, I'm not too familiar with her game. Seems extremely comfortable and confident at the table.
Yeah, I mean, she plays extremely well. She's aggressive at times, especially when she's got a big stack that she's working with. So don't be surprised to see her continue to make some noise here at the PokerGO Cup. You mentioned that third place finish in event number 1 that she already has. Looks like she's doing extremely well to make it to the money here. Of course, you know, a lot of things can happen, yes, but more than 1 million chips right now, cruising along.
Andrews with some nice scores in the last few
doubled up.
months. Took down a Windfall Classic event for 119,000 in October, followed it up in December with a WSOP Circuit Ring win, and has since added more deep runs, cashes, and final tables in events all over the country. Third in event 1 at the Cup.
No, I wasn't. I moved after I got back.
So I don't see any chips down here, and I just roll a chip in the call. And he ran that 5K chip up
Oh, really?
over a mil.
I was like, yeah, obviously. you
That's
would've-
why he was
so
like,
ridiculous.
Karen, what can I get for
Oh,
you?
I see.
Yeah, I would have saw that. And then he-
All in.
then he proceeded to
Keith
my-
Lear not messing about. Little eye contact with the dealer,
Funny how that
announcing
happens.
all in.
There was one PLO tournament one time where we played like this massively long bubble, and there was one hand where Daniel Negreanu lost the hand, and he like shoves his fucking chips and they go flying everywhere, and they like try to recover all of them, but he's missing one. They don't know where it went. They're not going to stop the whole tournament to go check the cameras for one chip, so they just keep playing. We're pretty sure it went into Mike Wang's stack, but like no one could prove it, like whatever. And then later, Mike Wang cashes that tournament with one small chip. Like,
Oh, like blinding out.
yeah, like it was like a massive bubble where like a bunch of people had tiny sub 1 big blind
Yeah,
stacks, and like he like just cashed the tournament with that one chip that we were pretty
Because
sure.
Daniel just
Because Daniel just fucking did this when he got rivered, and it went flying.
Speaking of throwing chips, I was there once, I think you were too, Donnie, at Aussie Millions when Dan Jungleman Cates busted out and he overhand chucked his chips across the table
At Jeff Rossiter.
at Jeff Rossiter, and then later claimed that it didn't happen.
Yeah, because I wrote it in the live updates, and he said that it didn't happen. I was like, it definitely happened. I was standing right there.
Oh my God, it's so funny. Let us know in the chat, what's the most outrageous thing you've seen at the poker table as it pertains to perhaps some chips tossing, or in frustration, maybe some stacks flying across the table. Lifshitz made it 30K. Kempton called from the big blind. We got 7-8 deuce, 8 on the turn after the actual went check. Lifshitz in a good situation here. Kempton's going to take a stab here. Players do have 30 seconds to act on every street, and those little square cards you see in front of them can be used to request additional time. Lifshitz makes the call. River brings the 10 of spades. Lifshitz gets the check mark. Wow. And Isaac Kempton looking at the third spade on the river, and a card that potentially completes some straights goes all in, putting Lifshitz to the test. What do we make of this?
Kind of feels like out of nowhere. I mean, I know he obviously bet the turn and got called, but I mean, Kempton's just going for it here.
10 seconds. Time extension.
And Lifshitz tosses in one of those time bank chips. She probably didn't see this coming as much as we did.
I mean, I don't think he pegs her for an 8, of course. I mean, she probably would have bet the flop. It's hard to have 8s when there's 2 of them out there already. Oh, look at this.
Oh, she makes the call for a tournament life, and she is correct. Very well done from Victoria Lifshitz. Sees through the bluff of Isaac Kempton. And after doubling up Kempton just a few hands ago, she gets all of it back and then some. Victoria Lifshitz up to 715,000. She's going to be going to OccupyPoker.ai to review this one later on.
Yeah, but I think it was a good call, and just a little bit of a misstep there from Kempton. Probably didn't think with the way that she approached the flop with that check back that she had any sort of piece of it. Might be kind of high card heavy, stuff like that. And he went for it, put a lot of pressure on her, made her think, but ultimately she was the better on this hand.
Lifshitz up to 715. Kempton now back down in the danger zone.
It's a good one to get right.
Just now noticing the snake print on her sleeves. Definitely channeling the reptile in her to make that call. Never easy. Andres back to picking up good hands on 330K. Not too deep, 16 big blinds. By the way, we do have a table with relative short stacks for you today. On the outer table, we're seeing multiple million-plus stacks. Snapfold from Lifshitz with 7s. Andrews finds 8s.
Yeah, given the stacks behind her, she could just put this in. There it is.
And Andrews moves all in. Other players getting out of the way. Action folds back around to Andres. Look at this. I'm a little bit surprised.
Well, I was just thinking, you know, we're flying a little bit blind in terms of how close we are to the money. I would like to know. Obviously, we're fairly close, right?
We are only a few eliminations away from the money bubble, but wow.
Wow. I'm surprised to see him put that in the muck, to be honest. I am. I thought ace-queen would have been a call there.
I don't even want to see. No.
He doesn't want to see it.
You could have the same hand. No. Definitely not. Okay, then maybe it's a fold. There's no way that's a time extension.
It's 41 seconds.
Here. Yeah. You can't be serious.
It's 20%, 20 seconds different per flop, so it's already.
It said 10 seconds. No, it said 10 seconds.
It did say 10 seconds.
It said
Yeah,
10
it-
seconds.
Isn't it like
more?
isn't it like 20 pre, 30
Yeah,
post?
20 pre is not, you already used the 40.
But is
You're
it
the
it's
big
like
one.
second action pre? No,
Oh, it's 20.
it's always 20.
It's always 20 free. Yeah.
Here,
Okay.
I'm just trying to challenge the clock there.
it's right. I'm facing the right.
I just think I got robbed for 2 time extensions.
There you go. There you go, bro.
On average, but
Keith Lear's trying to give him one.
See, now you get to do it. You just needed me to put.
I say I usually don't.
Probably going to see quite a bit of this anytime Victoria Lipschitz is out of the pot
I'm
and
losing them for 1 second.
Cherish just has free reign to do whatever she wants here.
Yeah, Cherish Andrews in a terrific spot here to punish short stacks. One of the more fun situations in poker, especially when you're closing on the bubble. Big stack versus the small stacks. Andrews would not have this kind of freedom over at table B, which we have not checked in on, but we will in the future.
Yes.
Jono in the chat says, not far from the money and a healthy stack. No risk, no point to risk it there. Well, you say healthy stack, but he only has 12 big blinds, Andres. So, you know, yes, he could make the money if that's his main objective, but ultimately, you got to think that Andrews is going to come with aggression there with more than just a hand like ace-queen.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe that one. I think the first one.
I'm honestly surprised that he put
First
that in
one
the
was
muck.
like a second over. I remember. Yeah. I think the first one was more defendable for her than that one. That one was like. That one I think she doesn't like it after the second one.
How much do you have? 250. Thank you. Fold.
Action folds over to Andres in the small blind and takes control of things himself here by shoving. Do you think Andrews deciding between raising and shoving on the ace-queen hand would have been better off just jamming himself?
Yeah, I think if you're going to raise call, then you can raise. Maybe you induce some players to get in there. Maybe Cherish, you know, rips an ace-10, for example, an ace-jack. But if you're not going to call it off, maybe just put it in yourself, right?
Andres almost in a similar spot here. Ace-10, and again is going to go for the jam. Perhaps survival mode here, getting rewarded.
It's crazy because I had some like tough post flop decisions and I was just call or
Get more than that.
no.
So Andrews now up to
I
330K
like,
with
I
Lear
would
and
hardly
Kempton
ever use them pre-flop.
dangling off the back.
It's almost like only river when I'm betting. If I have to call, I feel like I'm never losing here.
That's weird, actually. I feel like I only use them when I'm facing a bet. But even if it's a massive pot, I wouldn't probably use them as much as the one about to bet.
I feel like I'm always rusty and I have to think about what the right bet size to make is. When someone bets and like I have a good hand that should call or not, I don't need 30 seconds.
I'm better at offense than defense. If I'm facing a bet, I gotta fucking think about it.
Speaking of offense, Victoria Lifshitz finds pocket aces on the button, just crossing her fingers, hoping someone finds anything. It's not Andrews, neither is Kempton.
10 seconds.
Kempton does decide to defend here with King 3 of spades. It might not take much for Kempton to go for it here on the flop, but 7-8-8 is surely not going to do it.
Check.
Lifshitz obviously happy to continue, hoping Kempton got any piece of this. Instead, Kempton with a little bit of frustration perhaps, letting go of this
That
one.
board is not good for me. Big line.
Ace-5 off here. Lifshitz in the cutoff.
10 seconds.
Race 45.
Now, is this a case where Andrews knows that she can
10
just
seconds.
afford to be the bully?
Yes, for sure. I mean, even these positions help her as well, given that from the cutoff, not that Lifshitz is maybe opening a full cutoff range here, but she's going to be a little bit wider than she would be from, you know, an earlier position at the table. And she kind of gives Cherish a look there as she puts her hand into the muck. Like, listen, I know you can obviously have a hand here, but you can also be, you know, just pushing me around because you're the big stack. I'm second in chips. I know how this goes. I've been around the block a bit. She's still kind of looking at her.
It's hard to binoculars the chip stacks when you're at the feature table. I gotta go get my binoculars out for the other short stacks.
There's not too many short stacks besides you and me.
There's one there. That's all I know so far.
How much does he have?
Same as me, I think, roughly.
TikTok.
Another jam here.
Poker is so easy when you have the big stack.
Call.
Lear's in there.
Wow.
Oh, and Andres picks up ace-king.
Lear with ace-8 at risk. Andres finds ace-king, and Andrews is already in there with the 3-10, so for her it doesn't matter. She's already committed. Andres aiming for close to a triple up while...
Ace-king like up behind me is normal. I put an 8 out there.
You only looked at one. What if it was aces? What if there were 2 aces?
Is that good? All the way in front of the box. GDB all.
All right, let's see some 8s.
All right, so 3 players in this hand as we go to the flop, and it's a 7 and a king. For a second
Everybody
there,
dead.
Andrews thought she might have been sending 2 players home, but instead it is Andres taking the whole thing.
Well done. Good
Keith
job.
Lear heads to the rail, falls short of the money. Andres, all of a sudden a real contender. And, you know, in a way, a bit of a flesh wound here for Cherish Andrews. She's still looking very, very healthy here. Looks as though we need some new players here at this table because we are down to 4 on the feature table. Not in the money yet, but we are rapidly approaching as Isaac Kempton enjoys some Din Tai Fung. Hope you're all staying well fed at home. Donnie and I are about to reach for some snacks here as we get ready for the bubble phase of this tournament. Cherish Andrews still among the big stacks, along with Mr. Jim Colopy, who's racked up 1.3 million on table B. It's going to be interesting to see who will join us here as we are about to chop out some of this break time. We're not going to go on break, but we will remind you that OccupyPoker.ai is here to take your game to the next level. It's the most accessible poker study platform for all skill levels. Join the community for free or subscribe to a paid plan and get even more features such as the Octopi Poker Vault, where you can drill real spots from PhD final tables. For a limited time during the PokerGO Cup, save an additional 10% on an annual plan. Offer ends on February 20th. And Donnie, I just mentioned his name, Jim Colopy, joining us on the feature table.
Thank you.
Yes, he's here.
When the bubble bursts.
Big stack too, 1.275 million. A little bit of a better distribution
That's pretty
in
good.
chips
That's
here.
strong. That's really, yeah, that's, I think that's way harder than cashing and winning. Yeah.
Normally you just like try to money.
Yeah. The craziest thing about this situation was that there were like a bunch of short people. It was a 25K in Florida. They gave Spinella. Spinella like got out of his seat a bunch of times, and then he finally stood up on his seat so he could see his short stacks. Fell, knocked over a bunch of chips, so they gave him a penalty, and he would have blinded out of the tournament. So I folded a hand in the big blind. I folded jacks in the big blind, thinking I'm auto cashing. It's like a 60K min cash, and then they roll back the penalty.
No.
And then he doubles up.
No.
And then I cash anyway.
That is.
I think it was an unfair penalty. Like, there's 4 tables? Yeah.
10 seconds.
Kempton's still here, still very short. There we see Harvey Castro. He's got healthy chips, 745.
Yeah, you are done.
He's gonna come in with a raise here.
45. Fold.
Hey, good. How you doing?
But I've also never saw someone get like 6 straight warnings. Like, can you please just sit down and stop? And then he stands up, falls, knocks a bunch of chips.
10 seconds.
Once again, let me welcome everyone to the stream tonight. If you're with us in the chat on PokerGo or on YouTube, please let yourself be heard. We're going to be here all night until we get down to the final 7.
At the final table?
Yeah, at the final table.
Yeah.
They just like.
Alexander asking, how many runners do these tournaments
one orbit,
usually
or?
get? Well, we're sort of pushing that baseline up and up and
I mean,
up.
I feel
Numbers
like
have
if they
been
say that
growing
and you keep doing
every
it,
single
they
series.
got to enforce it, but also
This one had 129.
there's always context to these situations.
As Harvey Castro finds a really nice flop with 7-6 up against the A7 of Lifshitz. And the turn makes it even better. Castro makes the call, keeping this pot relatively small. He's got a ton of outs. Let's see what the river brings. It's the Jack of Clubs. He backs into a flush. Pretty well hidden here. Let's see if he can find some value.
Yeah, let's see if Victoria comes with the check. Maybe she comes with the block bet.
Lifshitz decides to check. Now, a question of sizing here for Castro. And there you have it, 100,000 clean, stack of blue.
100.
Lifshitz does not have any club blockers. And she makes the call. Castro, the nice bit of value here as we get things restarted at a 10K, 20K level.
Yeah. But I know that Sam had his tailored, so I've been waiting for mine to. I've just left it here. So like, I think they have some off the rack ones, and then you can have it. It's a good problem to have.
You gotta wear it like for a year, just every tournament. Like I'm getting cold, guys.
Yeah.
What did you win it for?
Just Poker Masters. And I did it without winning a single event, and like winning less than anyone else who's ever won the Poker Masters.
I just made a bunch of final tables, and
I made 4 in a row, but didn't win a single one.
It would probably look like a dress on me. Like if I saw this, which I probably never will, but it would be funny to see me photographed on that.
Kempton finds ace-king at the right time. Puts the majority of his chips in under the gun. A reminder here, still not in the money, so Kempton will likely be at risk here as Castro finds 2 10s.
$180.
Great. 180.
That is the most clearly announced 3-bet here as Fritz finds jacks, and we might have a major clash on our hands. Fritz was involved in one of the biggest clashes of the night last night.
Several of them.
Several of them, to be honest. Very curious to see how this is going to play out. So many ways this could go. And shout out to Jim Colopy, who might came in on his surfboard, maybe on his snowboard. Absolutely digging the vibes there. Fritz is just going to make the call here. So the likely scenario here is for Kempton to call all in, and we're going to play an actual flop here with jacks and 10s both in the mix. Do you think this is the most logical play for Fritz to make?
Yeah, I mean, this spot is Kempton standing up there just to kind of get a look around the room. It's pretty delicate given how close we are to the money. I mean, these two stacks between Castro and Fritz are
Hoping to see a
pretty
football.
deep, pretty healthy, all things considered.
135 for me.
Also, if you're Fritz, I mean, you have to factor in that there are still 4 people to act behind you, right? So
Lucky bok choy.
I think Castro can isolate with, you know, some high cards, of course, hands like 10s, 9s. And Fritz gets to play in position, so I think it's fine.
Heads up side pot.
Okay, perfect.
All right, here comes the flop. If it comes low, we might see fireworks, and this might just be low enough. 9-9-6-2 diamonds. Castro with the small overpair, but he, of course, has to be extremely wary of what Fritz is doing here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can put a hand like Jacks in the range for Fritz. I think queens and kings you probably hear from. Aces could flat though, right? I mean, he could flat aces in position here. So I think proceeding with a check from Castro is certainly understandable.
Bet 80.
And Fritz wastes no time betting 80,000. How often will Fritz bluff into a small side pot here is what Castro might be wondering. How often are his 10s even going to be good here? Because to me, it seems like the most likely scenario is that Fritz has a hand like Jacks.
Yeah, and you know, you can get value from 10s, maybe 8s are in there as well. You know, some hands like, I don't know if he's got ace queen with the ace of diamonds, stuff like that, I think can come along for this small of a sizing, you know, so.
All right, comes along, 4 of diamonds on the turn, adding even more intrigue to this hand. Castro now the one picking up a diamond draw. Kempton, meanwhile, is just sitting back, letting the boys fight this one out. He is still looking for an ace or a king, and he knows that that's going to be his only escape. Now, if you're Fritz here, do you just shut it down? Is there too much risk running into diamonds?
Yeah, I think the diamond is not really a good card for him, or at least not one that's going to incentivize him putting more money in. This card, I think, is just, I mean, it's kind of whatever in a way, you know, like, I don't think Castro's over there playing any 9s in his range or 6s in his range. I mean, unless he's, you know, he's got quad 9s or something like that, but.
10 seconds.
Might just see it go check, check here.
Check.
It does go check, check. Fritz is going to show down a winning pair of jacks, and Isaac Kempton will hit the rail short of the money. Castro takes a little hit, and
Very good hands.
Fritz is right back
They played it great.
Expected
where
less
he
out of
was
Isaac.
last night. Among the biggest stacks as we head towards the money bubble. Hearing the tournament director announce hold up after this hand, which I believe might signal that we are now on the money bubble.
See you tomorrow.
Slight pause in the action here. Gives me a chance to catch up on the chat, see what's going on there. Thank you all so much for hanging out after 10 p.m. in Las Vegas. Gonna be with you here until we get down to the final 7.
Are we not? I guess that was a soft hand for hand. We're now catching up to effectively now hard hand for hand? Because we were one off.
Yeah. No, we're 2 off there together.
There's an all at the other table that I don't.
We're literally one off now, but we're still soft, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
I don't get this place.
That's what it sounds like.
Tell us how you really
There's a
feel,
soft hand
Jim.
for hand when 2 off, so we're catching up until we're hard. I just assumed if we're 1 off, then we're now just auto hard.
Until we're hard.
Yeah.
You're auto hard.
All right, guys.
Jim Colpy's auto hard. Good to know that Testosterone levels are still in a good spot.
I mean, it is late at night, you know. You never know what can start happening now.
Exactly. I mean, it's very arousing to go deep in a poker tournament, let me tell you.
Jim's auto hard right now.
I think it's mostly by cards, so
Golf makes it 45K. Castro, so far, batting 100% as far as putting chips in the pot. I believe this is the 4th hand of this table, and he has been on the flop every single time. And look at this. Very nice flop for him. 10 of diamonds on 6, 7, 5, 2 diamonds. He's got the open-ended straight draw. The overcards, the diamonds, a lot going for him.
Bet 55.
Colby is going to continue for 55. Is Castro's hand strong enough here to just want to pounce here with a semi-bluff?
Yeah, he could. I mean, I think the one thing that might push him to hold back from doing that is how close they are to the money. They talked about being on the bubble, right? So,
right.
You know,
140.
I mean, I don't think it's the end of the world to get the money in here. I mean, sometimes you're going to play your hand super aggressive and you're possibly going to bubble. That's just the breaks of poker tournaments. And he does come with the check raise and gets it done.
Cherish Andrews went from the table sheriff to now being sort of backed into a corner by all the action surrounding her, which, you know, is not to say that it's bad for
we
her.
play this hand and
It's
then?
just a very different dynamic, different approach, and she is just sort of sitting back now after having a very active first hour and a half.
Raise to 45.
There's talk about getting hard, and Will Jaffe shows up in the chat. Shocker, absolute shocker. Colby continues to raise it up. 45K this time around. Actually folds over to Fritz in the big blind. He's going to come along. Ace 10 deuce 2 hearts. Very nice for Colby. Top pair. He's got backdoor hearts going for him as well.
Bet 45.
Oh, we got a sweat.
Here we go. Players like there's an all in.
Yeah, players excited to keep an eye on outer tables to see what's going on.
Yeah. It's just at risk.
Sounds as though
Yeah. What is the other
it is aces versus tens. Adam Hendricks, the all-in player, versus Kit Kat Clausen. Seeing the run out here. Aces are going to hold up. Hendricks, I'm told, will be up to 780,000. Clausen left with about 340K.
You told me you were going to.
So we are still on the bubble.
I want that one.
Right here.
Would love to get her in a confessional to ask her how she's feeling right now, given that she was in the stone bubble last night.
Yep.
Now losing that pot there, maybe the thoughts of like, really, again? You're gonna like this is gonna happen again. I just run tens into aces. I don't get lucky. You know, the pressure's mounting on me. Is it gonna happen again?
Expert hand selection. We were one off the money before. She played 2 hands, one off the money.
Yeah.
It's just
Nah, we're one of the money now.
okay.
I thought you were one of the money.
Lance hadn't announced it.
Colby will be pleased now that we are actually hand for hand. I don't know what the confusion was about earlier or whether we were waiting on hands to finish on outer tables, but either way, officially now on the bubble. Andres finds pocket eights.
10 seconds.
Raise 50. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Seconds.
Fold.
10 seconds.
Call. Heads up.
This is mine. Yeah, that's yours. You go any bigger, I check fold flop.
Yeah. That seems reasonable.
I don't like my
That's-
play.
I mean,
It's tough.
I'm very unsure about the whole.
It's a really weird.
Very weird stuff.
Yeah.
Andres made a
Maybe
50K.
I play
Colby
my range
called
as
from
a
the big
call.
blind.
Maybe that's better.
Ace King 3. 2 diamonds. Andres continues for 30,000. The question is Colby going to try and flex some kind of hard muscle
10 seconds.
Yeah.
and apply additional pressure here on the bubble?
Call.
Just makes the call. Queen on the turn gives Colby the best of it.
Check. Check.
Action goes check, check. 4 of spades on the river. Colby checks the 3rd time, and Andres gives up. Colby's going to show the queen deuce. That's going to be enough. Nice pickup on the bubble here. And play will slow down. We are hand for hand, just so everyone knows. Final 19 will get paid. We're down to 20 players.
They should bring back the short stack table.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot more gambling.
Raise to 40.
10 seconds.
Fold.
Seconds.
130. Raise. 130. Fold.
10 seconds.
Nice pickup there from Fritz. Attacking nicely. Got kind of our first real taste of Manuel Fritz last night. You know, he was on the both feature tables for quite a bit of time. We got to see him get involved. I know he ultimately busted out before the final table was reached, but had a pretty large stack and was involved aplenty. So expect much more of the same today.
That was sick when Sean showed right after he won his lost longer. Once we knew that it was a must cash.
Yeah. Well, I thought he can be wide now, and then he says, no, must cash. I mean, maybe he was super light and just made sure you know that it's a must cash. Could have gone both ways.
Couple of fours here for Colopy on the button. Eyeing up those stacks of his opponent.
Colby just going for maximum pressure, knowing that the bubble works in his favor here.
Thank you so much.
It's going to be hard for players to call it off
You give me about
in this
I
spot.
did, yeah. Thanks.
And Lifshitz, a little bit of a deep side there. But the ace-9 off is just, what are you going to do on the bubble there, right? That's why.
I couldn't trust that you guys knew how short that guy was.
Is there someone that's short?
How short is he?
Even if he's not. Why would you trust me?
He seems like a trustworthy guy.
You want us to know how short he is?
Maybe he's not short.
I always look. It's funny. It's no fun.
Tournament director announcing that all hands have concluded on all tables, and we're just going to keep on playing. 20 left, 19 paid. Final 19 will receive $19,350. 316K up top. Quite a few players left in the tournament who have already cashed at least once at the PokerGO Cup. It's going to take more than one big result to be in contention for the big gold cup that awaits the
Well, you
overall.
have to cash twice.
You have to cash twice at a minimum. But doing it like Colopy did at the Poker Masters is going to be unlikely to succeed given the success of Weissman and Monsek up until this point. And Fritz finds jacks for 40,000 and Colopy reaching what looks like 3-betting chips.
125.
Makes it 125. We might have a bit of a bubble war on our hand between these two guys. Similar stacks.
Fold, fold.
Action back on Fritz. Just going to make the call. No reason to blow this thing up any further.
Yeah, I mean, last thing you want to do is, you know, play a 2.5 million chip pot on the bubble of the tournament when you're sitting really, really, really pretty. Seven high here. Fritz still well out in front.
If for Fritz here, we're most likely going to go for pot control.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's how you're going to kind of approach this entire hand, right? But that's also what makes it tricky, because Colby will know that. You know, he'll know that you're not going to ultimately want to put your chips in fairly light, you know, with just like a one pair type of hand.
For Colby is a situation where you stab once and then, you know, are okay to surrender rather quickly, given, you know, the equal stack sizes, the money bubble looming, the perhaps risk-reward ratio not being in your favor.
I mean, maybe there's some part of him that wants to keep barreling off. I don't think that this is a good turn card for him to continue with. You know, I think that Fritz is going to have a lot of these jacks, tens in his range here, playing it this way. Again, just given the situation as it presents itself. And then, you know, while I feel that Fritz's hand may be a little bit more face up than he might like, given this turn card, what can Colby really do about it?
8 of clubs completes the board. As I said, Fritz so far taken the careful and casual approach. Fritz with his third check.
Is that just a big clap?
That was a single clap. Big single clap.
Check.
And they go check, check. Fritz will table the winner. Rakes in a nice one.
I always want someone to do that double check and then actually be like, oh, I had the ace jack of clubs. I had it. Damn, I messed up.
One more hand this level, or two?
Another nice one there for Fritz, and coincidentally, it comes with jacks. He's up over 1.5 million now.
That's sharp.
Means my small blind goes up 50%.
Not a very big jump.
For the small blind, it is. Big blind's going up only 25.
Raise 45.
Ace 10 off for Colby under the gun. Good enough to get in there with the raise. Notice that bubble pressure. Victoria just kicking those sevens right into the muck, not even thinking about it. Similarly so, Castro just puts the ace jack into the muck. Would imagine Fritz is going to be playing this one though. He's in the big blind.
10 seconds.
There is the call. Ace 9-8.
Check.
Good one here for Colby. I think this is the night of pot control. It's kind of like that's the theme we've seen so far, and it's probably just because we're coming in a little bit later to the stream, so they're a bit closer to the money from when we started, and of course right now they are on the direct money bubble, so everyone just taking generally a little bit more of a cautious approach. Not that we wouldn't have built towards this stage had we started, you know, at our normal time, but just overall just pretty cautious from everyone.
240.
Oh, this is pretty.
Donnie,
2x pot here from Fritz.
All you had to say is it's a pot control night for them to start blasting.
Well, I mean, when you're the chip leader, you have those liberties, right? You're the one that can leverage your stack and your position against your opponents and put them in very uncomfortable spots.
Action on Colopy with ace-10. Probably has a lot of thoughts running through his mind right now. How does he think this through? Because his hand is really strong.
His hand is really strong, and you know he did approach it in a way on the flop that I think would lean him to want to call the turn. Now, did he anticipate Fritz would come out with 2x pot? Maybe not, you know, but I think he still has enough of a hand here that he can come with a call. Of course, you know, still the river to play, yes, and Fritz can get after it, but right now I think his hand is too good to put into the muck, even with the fact that they are on the direct money bubble.
Jack completes the board on the river. Is calling the overbet enough of a deterrent for Fritz to want to shut this down, or could he have something else up his sleeve here on the river?
I would love to see Fritz just go for this here. Really put a lot of pressure on, you know, the ace-x hands that Colopy can have.
The guy to my left has the chip lead right here. The two biggest stacks are in a pot right now.
600K in the middle. And
Look
Fritz
at
announces
this.
all in. All right, baby. The pressure is officially on. Manuel Fritz came to play, putting Jim Colopy to the test on the money bubble of event number 3 of the 2025 PokerGO Cup.
Push out one of those. Yeah.
Now, Colopy knows that because Fritz said all in, even though we can see that he's covered, he can ask for a count. He can see, you know, how much is this guy risking. So while the dealer counts that, you know, I think Colopy is very much aware that he is covered and he can just buy himself an extra, what, 10 seconds, 12 seconds like that while the dealer counts out those chips.
1, 2.
Colopy going to think this one through, and then if you're Colopy, you know...
how much?
1.2 and then 5,000.
That 10 is an interesting card to have, you know, because you obviously block the straight with it.
Sometimes when I see poker fans talk about solvers and studying, making the game of poker a bit more boring, a bit more mechanical, I should say, I'll argue the opposite. I'll say that these guys studying, running the numbers, going into the solvers, actually
big poker going on.
Brings them to conclusions that include things such as overbet turn, shove river, in a spot like this, which of course brings us a ton of entertainment. And Jim Colopy now in a very difficult situation. Colopy shaking his head.
Basically saying, how did I get myself into this? You know, I think Fritz here is repping a hand like 8-9, Ace-9, Ace-8, stuff like that. Even, you know, he could maybe do it with some Ace-Deuce as well if he's got that in his range. I don't think you can. Wow, Colby just times out.
Jim Colby times out on the river, but it seemed as though he was also mentally checking out from this hand. And look at this.
That was gangster, man.
Manuel Fritz with the gangster move, bringing out the big guns. And he now, the chip leader of the tournament with 1.8 million, and Jim Colby left wondering, where did it all go wrong?
I feel like, you know, all of us that love this game, we have dreams of pulling off a move like that as the chip leader on the bubble. Now, in the moment, extremely difficult to do, yes, because, you know, if you get called, you're tumbling back down the leaderboard. But
yeah, and then big bet, all in. Yeah, sick.
Felt like we wanted to call. Way better.
Yeah.
Colby was laughing. I mean, oh.
Raise 40.
No. Run break.
I was like, hopefully it doesn't really something weird into that.
Sounds like I should have called.
Colby perhaps learning a few things here.
Do you know how many you have?
About 750-ish. Yeah.
About Fritz not having it.
Pack just for the break.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. That's it.
All right, final hand of the level here. Queen Jack 5. Colby flop top pair.
Check.
Action goes check, check. 3 of hearts on the turn.
Bet 65.
Could you have called the ace 10?
I don't think that's the best hand to call with. Yeah, I don't think you want to have a 10 in your hand.
All right, Jim Colby feeling a little heartbroken over the hand he just lost. Well, the best thing to do when you want to get over some recent losses is to get back in the game. You can do so on playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. Scan the QR code on your screen right now and start playing for free. And guess what? We have a PokerGO Cup as well happening on playpokergo.com. From February 12th until the 19th, we have daily events that mimic the PokerGO Cup. And if you win one of those, you get the illustrious Gold Lion avatar. So you might as well get into the mix there with Donnie and myself. We love mixing it up there in the playpokergo.com streets.
Yeah, they ripped it from my hands today.
What?
I got it all in on Jack 9-3 with 2 clubs for a bazillion big blinds with Jack 9.
Oh boy.
Guy had Jack deuce of clubs, drilled the club on the turn. Why do they do it to me like that?
Brutal.
But the winner of today's event, JD Rocket 20.
Okay.
So congratulations, JD Rocket 20. You are going to have a new King Lion avatar that you can display proudly in the Play Poker Go game. And like Remko said, daily events. Every day through the 19th, the events start at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Pacific Time. So every single day it's the same thing. So get on in there.
Might as well start playing now while you're watching the action. As
I actually saw one of the dealers on Breakpoint.
Oh, there we go.
I walked by, I was like, yeah, let's go, get in there.
Did he have a King Lion avatar?
No, he did not.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. All right, we're going to go check in on table B here as we return from the break. Blinds at 15K, 25K. Sepiol, Adam Hendricks. Pustina, one of our Finnish favorites. We've seen him in action before. He was, or I guess he still is, our chip leader with 1.9 million. Sean Winter, Brandon Whitmire, Kit Kat Clausen. Donnie, the potential for heartbreak with Clausen again is just a little much for me right now.
Yeah, that's one of the top storylines that we're going to be keeping an eye on. As we talked about earlier, Kit Kat Clausen did bubble last night. She jammed all in with, I think it was 6 big blinds at the time, with ace-10. Eric Seidel wakes up with aces. Behind him, Ishan Bala had ace-king suited. He had Eric Seidel covered by 25K, which at the time was 1 big blind. So ace-10, aces, ace-king of hearts. The aces hold. Seidel doubles up and then some, taking out Clausen, leaving Bala short. Bala goes out shortly thereafter, but he did make it into the money. And yeah, a bit of heartbreak there for Clausen. And now here, we saw her not too long ago run her 10s into Adam Hendricks' aces. Didn't win that one. And she's not the shortest stack, but she is sub 10 big blinds once again. So keep an eye on her. She's there in the vest, in the far right of your screen. Next to her, Brandon Whitmire is much shorter, and he's in the big blind right now.
Yeah, but you know what's going through her mind. She has like flashbacks on loop in her brain about bubbling last night.
Yeah, you get PTSD, right?
75.
100%.
Now, it'd be one thing if she got here and she's got, 30 big blinds. She's pretty healthy. She can chill. She can play her game. But even if you aren't the shortest stack, being shorter, you're just like, really? Like, really? Like, you're thinking like, man, can someone just bust this guy?
Exactly.
Am I right? Like, just make this easy.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to the chat as well. I see Tin Bin in the chat. Thank you for tuning in. Christy's still with us. Green Wave says, PokerGO is the best, even better than playing Hold'em with the wild card up your sleeve. Well, better be careful with those cards up your sleeve, Green Wave. Don't want to get into a scenario like we saw at Rounders in the game with the police officers.
Whitmire not going to be going broke on this hand. Jack deuce off in the muck.
Shout out to Big Shack Attack, $5 donation in the chat. Says, just recently got my first medallion with World Tavern Poker during our Tavern Championship week. Got the Best Customer Award at one of our taverns. Well, there you go. Congrats on that. Play, as you know, on the bubble a little slow, so bear with us here as we are hand for hand. Vlastimil Pustina here in seat 3. The white shirt is our current chip leader with 2.1 million chips. As we see either Adam Hendricks or Ramzobian dialed into the broadcast. Thank you guys for watching.
This could be it.
Yeah.
This could be it.
So nervous.
This could be it. What's happening?
Perhaps they're looking over at another table, something that we can't
It's
see.
okay if I bust. I'm glad you win. Because then you'll beat Keith and you'll get a little money. You get a little money back.
Looks like at that back table, if I can see correctly, there's a tall stack of purple lavender chips over the
Or
line,
maybe we'll get lucky. Somebody will they'll get into a big hand somewhere.
which would tell me somebody jammed on somebody else and
Winning against Keith today.
fold was made, so that hand back there's done. See the dealer pulling in the cards at the top of the screen, above the scoreboard there.
We'll do a friendly one with Kat. Like, why can't you let me this what's called? Like, well, you want to do a 1K, 2K?
What did he do, 10K?
Yeah.
You did 10K?
Yeah. And then he's like, 5?
Keith, like, do you know Keith well?
Yeah, they know Keith and Blake.
Yeah, because they're both tight, yeah.
It wasn't like her being cocky or anything. More just like, we were gambling the same. And it's fun to gamble.
Yeah.
Here we go. Next hand coming.
Too, especially,
Might make you play a little bit better. You got more money.
Sure.
On the line.
I felt like because I really don't play a lot. These are times I get to mix it up, and I don't have to be so strict to the book.
Action over here to Justina. King 6 of clubs. I would expect a raise here. You know, he's the big chip leader. He can just really continue to apply pressure on his opponents on this direct money bubble.
One food voucher?
What are they called? Saves?
10 plays I've never done.
Everyone folds and
Mike it.
the rich get richer.
Indiana.
This is event number 3 at the 2025 PokerGO Cup. 129 entries in this one, the largest ever 10K event here inside the PokerGO studio.
Steak salad.
More than $300,000 up top. The top 19 are going to get paid. There are 20 players remaining. This is the money bubble. Want to remind everyone once again that if you want to play along while you watch daily tournaments on playpokergo.com. We're calling it the PlayPokerGO Cup. I know. Listen.
That's what I thought.
Super unique.
Movie. I don't know.
Over here. We're really getting after it with that marketing. But playpokergo.com. You guys can get in there. You can play in the online series. Taking a look back here at the main feature table. We have three-way action.
Cool.
So Samau here started this one with a raise. Lee called, Tice called. On the flop, 9-6-4 with a couple of clubs. Tice checked, Samau bet 60K. Lee called, Tice got out of the way. Ace of hearts here on the turn. Samau the chip leader at this table, so that explains why he's getting in there with the 10-6 of diamonds. Once Martin Canero there in the white bucket hat gets out of the way, it's just, you know, whatever Samau wants to do, he can just start doing it. Opting to check here on the turn.
Boca Raton, Florida.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You're from Texas.
I'm from Texas. I'm near Houston my whole life. I mean, in the area. I grew up in.
When you went to college, not to be a farmer.
Well, I also had a talent for math and science, and so I kind of went into engineering. And I had two older brothers in engineering, so, or they were mechanical, and I went into chemical engineering.
That's your chemical engineer?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
and my best friend loved chemistry, and he went on and got his PhD in chemistry, and so I knew I wanted to do engineering, but and then it worked out fine. I went to the University of Texas, and
How does that stuff work with like jobs? Like, is it chemical?
well, you know, the chemical engineers, there's refineries, chemical plants, basically chemical processes is what you work on, and I started out with Monsanto at Chocolate Bio and working at acrylonitrile plant.
So that hand is done there. Samau did take it when check on the end. His pair of sixes beating the pair of fives for Lee. So back out to the secondary table here.
You could offer me a switch, you know, because maybe I just gave you like a bottle with something that's gonna mess your mind.
We gotta drink half of it together.
J-Dog in the PokerGO chat saying, "What's up? What's up, my man? Welcome."
You should expect that I wouldn't expect that you're gonna expect that I'm gonna take a shitty one.
Justina here, ace-8 off. Just right back to it. Another raise. Jack-10 suited here for Sean Winter. Worth at least a pause, but into the muck it goes. Just really have to tighten up on the bubble here, so understandable. Clausen puts those deuces in the muck. Note that stack of Brandon Whitmire, who just folded his button. He's got 90K at a 25K big blind, so sub 4 big blinds for him.
What exactly are you taking? Oh, the same. You haven't taken it? I thought you.
Go ahead, one more. I've been so excited.
Tasty stuff.
Because of it. Be like down half the Celsius, that's the only.
Yeah. Won't sleep for.
I have also sold you some money.
How big is your bag? Are you like a magician?
Mary Poppins.
He had something else earlier too, like some hydration stuff and whatever powder he had.
7-5 suited under the gun for Pustina, and I mean, he's just, I don't even know if he's looking anymore. He's just raising at will. It does not matter. No one else at the table can do anything. Action over to Hendricks, ace-4 of diamonds in the big blind.
What's that?
He's gonna get in there.
No, no kids. You guys?
Well, I have two. He has one.
Yeah.
7-4-4. This one could get interesting. Hendricks flops trip fours. Pustina flops 2 pair. And I say it could get interesting because Pustina has all the incentive just to put the pressure on his opponent. And he actually flops something on this one.
25s with you? Got my time banks.
Also has backdoors.
Yeah. 4.
Starts this one off with 65K after check 2.
How many more at the FTD? 6, I think.
I get them 50-50.
Yeah.
10 seconds. I get along with my
Hendricks
after
comes with a call.
Last year with the kids to
Deuce of diamonds on the turn.
Disneyland.
Nice. In LA or Orlando?
Disney
World. Orlando, yeah. It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, we did a VIP tour.
Must have been nice.
When you have kids, so everybody talk about the fast lane. Those are actually like really cheap to buy. It's like $30 a day, but you really like you have to go on an app. Kind of like there's only certain times of windows that you can go for the fast lane, but that's still really long line. Yes, it's faster than the general line, but we had the VIP tour, which is like
that's even better than the fast pass.
It's not just even better; it's like completely on a different level. It's very costly. However,
What is it? How much did it cost? 5,000-10,000 a person?
Yeah, if you put it that way. Here's the deal. So it'll be like one guide can take you around. They take the back route, and you skip the line to you just automatically go to the front of the line no matter what. And they
That's
know what.
There's some beautiful stacks.
Tour guides, they work there for years. They know where exactly how to go around.
They got some pretty stacks over there, don't they?
All the back entrance. Also, they can
What?
pick out the days for you. They would know which ride is very busy in the morning or afternoon. Yeah, I don't think we ever waited any. The only one we had to wait was because it was like a safari something.
Hendricks comes with the bet here, 320K, and he gets paid off from the chip leader.
It's not like we can speed that up.
That's a huge pot for
Had to be an
Hendricks
experience, though.
here on the bubble.
Your kids must have loved it.
They absolutely loved it. So the score thing is you can have up to 10 at the same price, whether you have 2 or 10.
You take a group of 10.
Yeah. So sometimes people don't have enough for 10 people. There's a Facebook group that you can pair up with other family. You just find, oh, anyone going this day, you know,
Mhm.
you want to do the VIP tour and then hop on the same.
Get it back.
That's a good. It's probably a little
Because
cheaper
it's
too,
not-
right?
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
as bad when it's split among
Yeah, right.
10 people, and we had 5. Yeah, 4.
This could be the one.
J-Dog says, what's up in the chat on PokerGo? Thank you for tuning in, J-Dog. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope all's going well.
We have to play.
Anyone else playing poker right now while watching, whether live or online? Let us know. Give us some sweats. Hope that someone else is making a run somewhere.
On the course?
Yeah.
Donnie, when are you playing
I think
next?
he's just
I'm gonna
scared
get
to
on
lose.
playpokergo.com right now.
Love that. I'm gonna do the same thing.
I don't know when I'm playing next. I mean, there's just so much work. You know, barely get to see my kids, man. I mean,
I agree.
For many hours straight.
Through the highs and the lows.
It's really great experience.
Have you played with Saliba?
No, not yet.
How do you guys
Not
decide
yet.
which parks you're gonna go to?
We had a
Hendrick starting this one with a limp, 4-3 suited from the
Yeah.
small blind. Bustina's got a couple of 4s in the big blind.
Like, hey, this one's not as crowded.
Didn't he almost get
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
super buried
We did
the first time he played?
in 2 days.
No, him.
4 parks in 2 days. That's not bad. That's pretty good.
When you normally,
Yeah.
so think about this. Yeah, I spend extra on
You play with
you
play with Wasp a lot?
However, I'm shortening my
I
time
have,
there.
but
Every single
I'm not
night
a
of
major
stay,
fan.
it's a lot as well. And you gotta eat, right? You gotta
Christina makes it
buy
115,000
souvenirs,
with
you gotta
pocket
have
4s
other
just to
entertainment.
get some chips back here.
That many bites. There's no way
Gotta
you
love
can
it.
do that, even if you have 4 days. So I think it's worth it.
Yeah.
I don't like playing with people where I can't needle them and they can't take it.
All right, I'm in.
I have that feeling, but it seems to me disrespectful to hold 7.
No, I love needling.
You seem like I never try to make anyone in a bad mood ever.
You just like to have a little fun.
But it's up to them. They can be like not like you can try as hard, but
Yeah.
to them how they feel, right?
You don't put people in bad moods.
Yeah.
You don't put people in bad moods. You make people cheer up, actually.
With overbets.
Some people like intentionally try to
Yeah.
people.
All right, I'm gonna do probably gonna do live commentary on this play PokerGo sit and go I just entered. Waiting for 3 more players.
Wow.
You gonna join me?
Which one?
The 500 level.
Oh.
I'm starting from the bottom. I'm gonna run it up.
Started from the bottom, now we're here.
All right, Whitmire all in for just
He
90K.
still did it.
And Clausen finds the absolute worst here with 6 deuce, so she's going to get out of the way. Let's see if any of the other players find something playable.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely hoping he gets called.
Oh, yeah, and
Oh,
Zobian
Zobian's
finds
got a couple nines.
a premium in the big blind.
4, I
He's going to make the call with pocket 9s and Whitmire here, all in on the
pocket 9s?
bubble.
I don't believe you.
Ace 5.
I don't think like he. I don't think
I
he
Looking
got
for
through.
some help here.
I actually had a big hand. You're a big favorite of yours.
If I can spike an ace.
Yeah,
I
nice.
could open. I would have folded an ace.
Waiting for the
Yeah, no, we
tables
fold an ace. No ace.
in the room to finish
think I
before
had-
we see this showdown,
I
in
had
case
one
you're
call.
wondering
You might be a
why it's
favorite.
taking a while.
If I lose, at least you get in and
Yeah, I gotta
you
pay.
get key.
Yeah, Keith, and I gotta pay for
Kit Kat
next,
Clausen, one of the
Disney tour.
definitely.
most eager spectators in this spot. She was the
Weekly
one
one.
who bubbled last night.
Partner up with your family.
Yeah,
6-7-4,
tell Blake.
one
Anytime you
call.
guys are in Florida, back out here, we'll go golfing.
Yeah.
He might put it in.
Where exactly?
Oh, he might put it
We're in
in.
Boca Raton.
He might put it in. He might
It's
put it
about 25 minutes from Hard Rock.
in. You don't know me. I'll make it
Oh,
back.
while we're at
away
it,
from Miami. So
Donnie and I
like
are waiting
down
for 2 more
north.
players on Play Poker Go.
Never.
I should have threw
Like
back Paul
Miami
Jackson.
South.
You in Houston.
Yeah.
If you head north away from
Remember
Hard
that?
Rock.
Oh.
We were
Yeah.
drinking
Still waiting
that
for the
night,
other tables to
actually.
finish before
We
we
had
can see
some
this run out.
espresso martinis.
Whitmire doesn't seem
You think
phased by
he'll
the
go
fact
back
that
I think
he
so.
might leave this
Still
building
feeling a little
empty-handed.
faded.
Never had
Nah,
an
he's
espresso
chilling.
martini there.
Oh, you didn't drink.
Just because I know I've never had one.
Then you took my cowboy hat
Yeah, I did.
after you flipped with Josh.
Oh, going back over to the main feature table, and this is why we haven't seen that run out yet. Lennon, Tyson, Joao Samao head-to-head on the turn. Tice with ace-queen, Samao with queen-8. we might see some serious bloodshed here. Two very similar stacks. Might be tough for Theis to sniff this one out, Donnie.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot for Theis. I mean, Smile's been getting after it, you know, whatever, 10 minutes ago or so, we saw him raising from earlier position with 10-6. So, and he had to show that one down. So Theis is aware of just how, you know, how wide Samao can be.
Oh, baby. The ace on the river. Landon Theis gets saved. To recap the action here, Theis made a 50K. Samao and Wantman both called pre-flop. Then Wantman and Theis checked to Samao, who took the betting lead, making it 65,000. Then, after Wantman folded, he made the call. On the turn, Samao bet 210. And it goes check on the river. Samao doesn't fall for it. And Theis does not even get to see how much he needed that ace on the river. He does chip up very nicely, Landon Theis, on 1.6 million, looking very comfortable. And here we go. We got the all-in showdown with Brandon Whitmire on the ropes, looking for an ace or a 7 to survive. It's the 10 of hearts, and Brandon Whitmire will be our bubble boy. The remaining 19 players will receive $19,000 at a minimum, including Kit Kat Clausen, who does better than last night when she busted on the bubble. And here we go. The action is about to heat up, I'm sure, as the race for the final table is now officially on with these final 19 players. All right, let's get some poker action going, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get going. I want to see some big pots.
I thought I knew.
Not bad.
Unbelievable. Okay.
I mean, you guys are all like elite.
When did
we just survive? So I'm happy. I'm pretty sure I stoned bubble yesterday too. What's that even mean?
No, this is like relatively new. When did you start? When did you start giving out 3 when you're in the money?
It's depending on field size.
Depends on
Stoned.
and there's more than 128.
Dude, a monster full, and then I had kings. Nobody. Someone opened, didn't even call. Like with.
Yeah, congrats. Nice job making the money.
Side out.
Congrats on not bubbling twice in a
I know,
row.
thank you. Yeah, I was telling my friends like.
I love the fact that she's mentioning it herself as well. Donnie, you got to turn your screen a little
You're
bit.
in good shape.
I don't want to see your cards.
Whatever.
All right, we are in the money in event number 3 of the PokerGO Cup, but Donnie and I are not in the money just yet. We're playing right now on playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. Come hang out with us. We're just rattling off some sit-and-goes here late at night as we play for free on playpokergo.com. We're just having some fun. We're just making the most of this late-night action. It's 11 p.m. in Las Vegas. Come join us if you want.
Brendan's here.
Well, that's a whole year ago. Maybe he's learned. Maybe he told him. What are you doing, bro?
It's just, you know, not everyone plays to min cash, Adam.
Was that a shot?
I think it was.
Again.
Yeah, things change, don't they?
Chipped up. When?
Christina.
And
Staying
then
aggressive.
Aces versus cards. Not selling. Not selling.
Sean Winter, the king of the short stack. Always in the mix.
10 seconds.
Poker Junkie says you can't play it in Nevada. You sure can. It's free to play.
The series?
Playpokergo.com.
I would hope you can play it in Nevada because we're here.
We're here. We're live on the Las Vegas Strip.
In the pouring rain.
In the pouring, yeah. My wife just texted me. Our dog absolutely hates the rain, and of course, it almost never rains here, so it's not a big deal.
He almost.
By the way, interrupted here rudely with my story as we see an all-in here. Jesse Lonis versus Landon Theis.
I'm happy I got this now.
I know I made free rolling now.
Lonis got into the money, but now he's going to need some help. We got King Jack
Look at that
5 popping up on the flop.
Boom.
Turn is the Jack of Diamonds. The river,
it
the
clean,
9
keep
of
it
Hearts.
125?
And Jesse
135, I
Lonis
think.
finds himself a nice double up now that we're in the money. And
Yeah,
Donnie,
135, yeah.
it looks as though he's perhaps won some last longer money.
Yeah. Feeling a little good. And don't give that guy some
Never
chips, man. He'll
Good timing on that, getting a nice
Never
big
a
hand.
doubt.
get after it.
Great players win flips, huh?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, nothing. The sevens are fine too.
Great players win tournaments. Not flips.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, ace queen.
No flips.
The ace queen was a good hand.
That's Sebesta also in the money. One of our shorter stacks at this
Somebody's
feature
gotta
table.
do it.
Walman, Lonis, and Sebesta all with the same stack.
Thought I was the man for the job. Stop calling my all-ins. You won't lose them.
That's the big blind.
Sucker for a good price.
Donnie Peters with the shove here.
Gamble
What'd you
two.
have?
Pocket tens.
Oh, wow, monster. I folded King 9.
Get out of my pot, everyone.
Yeah. Slothy Man is asking for a Texas Mike update. I believe he's having a wonderful dinner tonight. He is not in today's tournament, at least not right now. He is on his way, though, to win the PokerGO Cup. We'll see him again tomorrow in event number 4.
It said he was feeling a little bit tired after yesterday and today's play. And he was going to take the rest of the night off, but would return tomorrow. And here you see Clausen is all in, up against the ace-jack of Sepio. Clausen ace-3.
Oh, and a 3 on the flop, but also a jack. Sepio well out in front. Clausen's going to need a 3 and a 3 only. It's not there. And she's going to collect the min cash for 19K.
No, we're like 3
So at
people.
least a much
Yeah.
nicer walk back to the car or the hotel room, knowing that she's at least locked up that min cash.
Yeah. You at 555. You want to swap 555?
Wow, 5 from a jump. His first jump is at 14
Players are
players.
starting to fall.
We should wait, right? No, you're gonna keep in. Is it the blind stuff? Yeah, even with the blind.
We're 5. We deal even 4.
Yeah, but
Lance doesn't mess around. He wants to get home.
Big blind.
Some shuffling around happening here, perhaps. Still 3 tables in play.
30 turn the blind time.
Donnie Peters comes with a min raise. Look at that creative play over there.
They don't want
I'm
none.
mic'd up.
They don't want
I
none.
am, but
She was.
Adair says, just made a deal, final 3 and got seconds. What were you playing, Adair? Let us know.
Maybe that picks up enough.
Let's go. That sounds like a good night.
Definitely. Can't remember the last time I chopped a tournament. All right, back to the action here. Pustina raising it up to 55K with King 9.
Now I fucking cashed like fucking 15. Feels like.
Gets a round of folds and
40?
it's back up to 2 million.
For 3 years, yeah.
For real?
I'm probably cashed fucking 15.
That's impressive.
I went three and a half years. I went 3.5 years without having a losing trip.
Wow. You must have felt like the king of the world.
Timex jinxed me.
Thank you.
Timex fucking jinxed me. He goes, aren't you on that, didn't you go on a crazy run where you spent like 2.5 years without having a losing trip? I'm like, I'm still on that run.
right here, Jesse. This is
That trip.
He can
is what
say.
I lost.
He's in, right?
Jesse Lonis joining the mix here.
Sorry.
Welcome to the table, sir. Fresh off that double up that he got up on the main feature.
So tables are
I mean,
being
some of it,
balanced.
You know, a lot of it.
Play
you do
continues.
have cash games, obviously.
Oh, okay.
I played with you, that's not possible.
And look at that. Little play PokerGo overlay as I am all in our sit and go. Ace King versus Jacks.
I'm joking.
There we go. Got him. Got him.
No, I'm joking.
Just want to let everyone know that Remko got it in bad.
Thank you.
Drawing hand versus
Wow.
Sucked out.
pocket pair.
He bluffer.
He did?
Chip leader right now. No big deal.
No way he folded ace 10. I can't think of it.
Oh, look, there, Zobian, along with Winter and Pristina, are watching the ace 10 hands.
Bluffer.
Donnie, we might go heads up in this thing.
I just took a guy out with ace king.
I saw that.
Pretty sick.
I had the best hand the whole time. It was just queen 10 off, ain't no good.
B140.
To the rail you go.
All right, Hendricks here raising it up after Seppiol limped in.
B140 and lost, so who knows?
Seppiol not folding ace 10 here, obviously, but he is going to
You know you
play
bet
some
pretty
pot
big
control.
on the flop.
Told you, your money would have been
Okay.
on already.
That wasn't B140 then.
It would have been in.
9, 6, 4, 2
What
spades.
did he bet?
Let's see
What
if
did he
Hendricks
bet on
wants
the
to
river?
continue here.
335. So you made it 55 free. Oh, it's like 110. Right? Yeah. Yeah, you sized up the flop.
And Hendricks
You
is
didn't
going to
read the
continue
book,
applying that
the
pressure.
GTO book.
105.
130.
GTO book says up the flop.
Excuse me, 130.
Really? Driving your betting volume down?
Seppiol gets out of the way, doesn't want to tangle.
Did you have a Sean? Sean, did you have a last longer Keith did? Yeah. How much did you get?
Yeah, I'm the small guy.
I did.
Oh. You're a small guy too?
Ren's the only big guy.
Really?
Yeah, everyone else did 10 or 5.
Alright.
There's a lot of people that did 5.
A lot? You're a funny guy.
Yeah, at least 3.
You guys had last longers with you?
I don't think any of these guys did.
Who's
Danny, if you ever want one, Keith will always take it.
I did one with Ren a few times.
Keith told me, he said, tell your friends, anyone wants one. Anyone ever wants one. Keith is
You'd probably be the last person I do it against.
I paid Keith 15,000 last 2 days.
Yeah, me too. Well, didn't pay him because now we're...
Oh, here we go.
No, last longest.
I don't got to look at it
Got
in the
him.
box, right? No.
No, I made a straight.
Oh, damn, hit a straight. Oh, no. This is actually really funny, not to take away from the actual action that's happening, but Donnie and I are three-handed in a sit-and-go on playpokergo.com as we speak, and the third person is sitting out. So we are basically playing heads up.
Literally.
Let the record state that I just got
That was my night,
extremely
too.
lucky against
Yes,
Remko.
you did.
Similar night.
I had
We
ace
see
four.
Seppiol raised to
Keith on
55
the bubble
with
and
2
deuces.
fives.
Goddamn. Trying to bluff.
You see Mike's bluff with, was it King 10 today? Made Joe fold suit pair on the FT.
Oh, okay.
This is a sick bluff.
10 seconds.
You say call people to that ace 10. You see the action, it was check, check.
It was check, 2x flop,
triple.
Jam River.
No, it's check, check.
No, check, flop.
Oh,
Check the big one.
Christina makes the call with Jack 10, and we're going to see a flop.
Check, check, 2x flop, whatever.
Wow. He went to the pads school of poker.
Deuce 5, 8, 2 spades. A set for Seppiol.
There's no way he folded ace 10.
Can't be. Alright. I'm gonna wait all night to eat this.
Well, he did fold ace 10, so.
RFIDs.
Oh, wow. Oh, let's go. Club one time. Give me the club. Yes.
Come on. This guy with his ace 7 can't even spell poker.
All right, fans. We got a lead here. Heads up versus Donnie Peters.
A lead, you're crushing it. I have no chips.
5-1. What is this? 4-1. Seppiol, meanwhile, in the real poker tournament, takes it down with a set. No resistance for him, Pustina. This is incredible. This is absolutely incredible. This might be the first win of my career in about a year or so. Probably shouldn't get ahead of myself here.
Sliding back over here, take a look at the main feature. And then right back over.
Come on, Diamond. Donnie survives an all-in.
Can't kill me, I'm like a cockroach.
Bernie?
No, it's open steak.
Steak?
That's your steak that smells like that?
I think so.
Oh, let's go.
Flop's dead. This is unbelievable.
All right.
Congrats, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Luckiest player in Vegas.
We've got a winner. I've won the sit and go. First prize.
Wow, it tells me, wow, so close. Never give up.
All right, Jesse Lowen's all in with 9-8 of clubs. Let's see if anyone finds a hand worth calling with.
You want to sweat together?
Zobian offering Lonis the sweat.
Okay. Wasn't really together, but
10-6 ain't gonna do it.
That's a sick hand. That's one of my favorites.
I want to lie to you.
I was.
You were ahead.
Ahead, but never winning.
No, you were winning that one if you called.
Really?
If you put it in with 10-6, you were.
I lost some respect for myself today.
Why?
Holding that ace-8 to you.
Oh. Yeah, you're the reason I'm here.
Did you run it up from one chip?
I had 6K.
On this bullet?
Yeah.
Wow.
And the angle shot.
I accidentally angle shot. I was like, I had like 6K here, and I was like playing with them. It wasn't like they were here. I was playing with them.
Yeah.
And I had chips, and I kind of went like that. And she snapped. She didn't say, is he all in? She could have just checked.
King 10 off here for Sepiol. He's in there with the raise. Winter calls. He's got King 6 suited, but he is dominated here. Ace 8-7 with a couple of diamonds. Winter checks. Quick bet and a quick fold. Sepiol takes that one. James K. Polk said, do they ever stop playing? I thought event 2 just ended. I mean, yeah, you roll right in from one event to the next, day after day, for 9 days straight. These guys love it.
He's hoping to bluff you, though.
If you put some blankets and pillows
luck,
in here,
cuz.
I'd be willing to bet they would sleep here.
Good luck, cuz.
Poker never sleeps. That's right, Slothy.
He's got ace high and it comes like fucking.
I can hear you.
He's jacking.
You're welcome.
The bubble did just burst maybe 15, 20 minutes ago.
Let's go,
We
Hayden.
lost Brandon Whitmire in
dog.
20th place.
Sorry, it's confusing. I'll wait a second.
We are now in the money, trying to get down to that final table of 7 here in event number 3 at the PokerGO Cup. As things currently stand, Joey Wiseman is on top of the series leaderboard. Michael Monchek is behind him. Then there's a pretty big drop-off before you have Eric Seidel, Andrew Moreno, and Cherish Andrews.
275 behind.
Of that group that I just named, Cherish Andrews is the only one still in this tournament. So she's in the money here, so she's going to be adding to the 89 points she already has. Those 89 points came
300.
when she took 3rd place in the first event of the series. And here we see Sean Winter Making it 300 from the small blind and a quick fold from Lonis out of the big.
We got a seat open,
You got
Donnie.
me pipped?
In the 2.5K buy-in.
I'm gonna pass on this one.
Okay, I'll do it.
I'll let you have it.
I'll do it for the team. Trying to run up a stack here.
No. I'm
I
big
was small
blind.
blind.
I'm big blind.
I was just small blind.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
just big
Yeah,
blind.
we're good.
On to the next hand. Action folds to Winter on the button with King 8 of diamonds.
Ray. 50.
Winter makes it 50,000. Lonis' hands are tied by the short stack that he currently possesses. Sepiol with Jack 4 off. Not much to go on either. Got a lot more live streaming coming up on PokerGO in the next few days.
12
We got
days.
the final table of this event
Evelyn.
tomorrow at 1
Oh, wow, I
p.m.
didn't know. Congrats,
Vegas
though.
time.
You didn't know?
No.
That's going to be commentated on by Jeff and Brent. And then Donnie and I are back
Go
tomorrow
Dad.
night with day one coverage of the next event. And so on and so forth. We're doing 2 streams a day, every
That's
day,
each girl.
until the end of the PokerGO Cup. And then we have a little extra bit of action for you on Sunday afternoon when we stream
Could
the
be.
Card Player Poker Tour final table live from Venetian here in Las Vegas. So special Venetian stream coming at you as that event is currently
You just have one.
on one of their starting flights. I believe it is on day 1B
done?
right now. In case you guys want to play with me, I'm currently on playpokergo.com playing for free, just so you know. Playing for
Yeah, we got
just a bit of banter.
Gotta check.
Waiting for 2 more players in the San Francisco sit and go. All jokes aside, just a fun way to play and watch, commentate, have some fun with it. All right, Queen 9-8, 75K in the middle. Not much for either player to go on here in this blind battle. Pots are staying small. We're just sort of waiting for some big action to come. We have multiple million-plus stacks on the main feature table, including Lan and Tice on 1.3 million. Win Lee on 1.3, Joao Samao on 1.1. It's been a good level for Tice, who's up 525K since getting moved to the feature table, courtesy of that ace on the river that gave his ace-queen 2 pair versus the queen 8 of Samao, who had already flopped 2 pair.
I bet 25,000.
Sepio fires 25K on the river here.
It's a good sign.
Should wipe that off. You want to drink my green juice down there? So what? You
Hendricks lets it go. Small one heads
Jumped out
towards
my
Sepio.
That's your drink? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. No, I had one too. I'll grab you another. My bad. I just turned. I didn't mean to hit it.
Thank you.
Chris? Could you grab me some napkins?
Oh yeah.
Zobian, as you can see on his phone, looking back at the stream, trying to see if he can gather any information from the hands played.
Thanks.
I may take all those halfies home.
That's fine. I don't know if you can carry all those.
Get a box.
Get a box.
Action folds to Hendricks in the small blind with king 9 off. Pretty nice hand to go on the offensive with. Decides to just limp in. Christina checks back. 9-5 of diamonds. We're going to see a flop again. 6-3 deuce. Like I said, pot's staying small for now.
Just like grilled chicken. Oh, that looks
Christina
great.
trying to
it tastes better than it looks.
end this hand
This is the best thing I've
on the
ever
flop
had.
with a bet of 45K, but Hendricks is going to come along with king high.
What is it?
Oh, it's still some back doors, or backdoor flush,
what's
I
it
should say,
called?
and then a gutter for
Yeah.
Christina. So
Looks fucking great. I don't know.
No, it tastes better than it looks.
I believe it.
Do you think there's seed oils in there?
It's pumpkin seed,
shout out seed oils.
pumpkin seed with jalapeno sauce. This is sauce. No, it's
I mean, it might still be. I don't want to rain on your parade, but
no, I felt pineapple. That seed oil fucks me up.
you would know. Yeah. Once I was about to enjoy my steak and eggs from Salt and Ivy, and Sean was just like, "That looks terrible." I was like, "I don't even want to eat it anymore."
How's it
You're
look
right. It kind of does look funky. I'll try that later. I got a steak salad. That looks good.
Did anyone order the
No
raw milk
dressing.
today?
I need to get some chicken tomorrow. I've been eating all steak and beef. It's a good idea. I'll get
steak for breakfast.
Me too.
These guys eat well in
Can I
this
get some
video. Let's just say
utensils?
that.
Oh yes.
They eat very well.
I can take this one?
Meanwhile, I'm eating
Okay.
some
It's hit or miss though.
meat sticks. Whatever those peanut butter things are called, they're super addicting. The Lance Toasty Sandwich Crackers. They are very good.
They are. They're addicting. Shout out Lance.
Yeah, that would be great at Cherish Farm.
Shout out Lance, indeed.
Wherever you are, thanks for the peanut butter cracker cookies. Can Hendricks figure this one out?
Wait, why is
That's still in.
And he does. Look at that. The king high call is good.
Wow, well done, Adam Hendricks.
bro? It's still a long way to go.
That was the longest limp check pod
Of course,
all time.
of course it does. I agree.
We're up. 15, 30, 30. That's why it feels extra long for you there.
Pot.
Wow, your swap's fucking you.
wait to get that tomorrow. Gotta remind me to get the police.
I mean, I could be exaggerating it.
That could be
I
right.
just I was wanting something new.
Yeah. No, I want something new too. That's probably why it tastes so good, because it's new.
PPI. There's 3 chickens. It's the top one.
Action folds around here. Hendricks also folds his button. Christina in the small blind. Only has to battle with Zobian in the big. There's a limp.
Surf and turf? Yeah, it's not even that good.
Yes, it's small.
It's so small. I'm never full after I eat that surf and turf.
Check from Zobian with the king jack. Favorable flop for him, top 2, king jack 9.
Donnie, what do you think the reason is that the play has been kind of like extra slow the last 30 minutes? We're in the money, no real stress or pressure. Maybe the players are distracted by menus and food orders, but it just seems slower than usual.
Yeah, no, it does. I mean, this table, we've been focused on this table quite a bit, and I think the majority of these guys are pretty deep, that they don't just want to go too crazy.
I bet 30,000.
I think they all, have a pretty solid
It's,
respect for
30
one
post
another in
flop.
their game. So,
You heard? It's 30 post flop, just so you know. Like you had the pre-flop one going.
Oh, I hit the pre. My bad.
I was letting you know.
Just letting you guys know at home, I'm 3-handed again in the next sit and go.
How's your hookah one? Do you have hookah one?
I sold it. I don't know, is it just doing like
Go salad action there for Ram Zobian. There better not be any seed oils in there.
business, which
No.
I don't have love for it. And it was like a big lesson.
A lot of work.
And you're surrounded by dumb people.
Both my parents. Okay, you're calling my parents dumb.
Employees are mostly dumb. Not parents.
Player raised it. 65,000.
Sepiol finds a real one here, makes it 65,000. Lots of quick folds here.
Huh? Non-believer.
I'm struggling. Remember that last time?
I need a heart. Queen. No, I have that. What's that one?
I didn't do it that good.
No.
I putted so much.
Not shot that.
It's the,
Like, he did great.
it was the first round. It was the first round using that putter. The last 2 days have been a lot better on the green.
He did great this part. I mean, like, not terrible. I'm just thinking. Like, you could have shot him 78.
Yeah, which is pretty good there.
That was a clutch bunker shot, though, honey. Yeah. I mean, it was
I needed it.
Not, well, it mattered with me.
Where's Jake, too?
Hey, 65,000.
Winter looks interested here from the small blind. Pustina came in with the raise. Queen 10 off for him.
Yeah. I'm leaving this behind.
Announces that he's leaving one chip behind and pushes all the other ones into the middle. What do you got over there, sir?
Did you see I raised?
Oh, look at this.
Jesse gets all in right away.
All right, so we got Lonis and Winter going head-to-head here. It's Lonis Tournament Life on the line.
No, go. No way.
No page. No
I
page.
couldn't hold that one.
Looks like ace jack there potentially for Winter.
Okay.
I block you set outs.
Lonus in
You
trouble.
blocked my setup? Well, that's not good.
I'm not on a set draw.
That means no one had an ace.
That means
or a
He
jack.
doesn't have jack 10, right? There's no way. There, I believe the card
That means
scanner
I'm 30%.
got a little
You're Broadway as well.
out of whack. Winter has ace jack. Lonus has pocket tens. So apologies there for the confusion. Maybe
jack
Lonus's
Queen
card
10, King 10.
Oh, you're saying his straight.
hit the reader the wrong way or vice versa. But either way, here comes the flop, and it's ace 5-3,
that's the game.
2 diamonds, and Lonus announces that's the game. Still got outs, but it's not looking good for him. River is the 7 of hearts. Jesse Lonus finishes in the money, but ultimately falls short of the final table as Sean Winter seemingly more interested in what's for dinner than the run out of this hand. He's going to have to stack these chips before getting to his meal.
Funny that he described it.
He was ready for that needle.
Player on the ropes.
I had like a bunch of like business meetings with like in the bar with the employees, and I realized
I'm big, right?
Yeah, one big.
I would way rather be surrounded by different people than my employees who are just solving issues like who's sleeping with who.
It takes them a while to get going because they just want to get fucked up every day.
Yes, and they just sleeping with
Proceeding
each
deal.
other, then they want to like work together.
Proceeding deal.
Because like he slept with me and didn't clean up the dishes. She did because whatever I didn't respond to him.
Yeah, they always.
Lonus finishes in 16th place for $19,350. Keep you updated here on the eliminated players. It was Yi Clausen who finished in 19th. Victoria Lifshitz off camera busted in 18th place at Sebesta in 17th, and now losing Jesse Lonus in 16th. So we are down to 15 as we go on over to the main feature table. We haven't been here for a while. Win Lee and Matthew Wantman on your screen right now as Wantman takes this one down. Playing down to 7.
No, 5. 5. No, he called. I won.
You saying his hand?
Yeah.
Did you win your sit and go?
No, I got second. I'm bummed. I got
Does that pay?
I got
Second pay?
Yeah, $500. Well, you know, PokerGO play dollars, but still.
Good enough, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just realized that it's going to be surrounded by smart people.
It's down on
Would you mind if I give you some halal?
Yeah, please, of course.
10 seconds.
Limp here from Lee. Wantman
Here
finds
you
a
go.
nice one, ace king.
Okay.
Raise 105.
Lee says no, thank you. Wantman takes that one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How much do you have now, Martin?
Like 900.
Oh wow, you have that much?
Yeah, there's 100 back here.
Might see a walk here. Bucky with the 9-4 and the small blind, 9-4 off.
Yeah, look at the chips here. Landon Tice in a terrific position to keep accumulating as we get closer and closer to the final table. 1.7 million. It's very far ahead of the rest.
Well, Landon's going to be raising this one. There we go.
I almost just gave it to you too, kid.
Should have. Would have saved yourself 15K.
I think these are Ed's. I think these are extra. These are Ed's, not mine.
Oh.
Look at this.
Mine are over here with you. You never used a bank, right?
I should have 10.
Yeah.
Good guy Landon not taking the extra time bank chips that Ed Sebesta left behind after his elimination.
That's weird. I have 9, but whatever. Oh, I maxed out. That's why. Looks like you get 6 when you max, right? So you get 6 when you max and 3. We just got 3.
Nice little change for us here, getting a look at this table. I will say the other table was a little underwhelming. Martin Carnero, by the way, one of the lesser known players perhaps for you watching at home, from Lima, Peru, now living in Florida. 1.4 million in career earnings. Racked up 3 cashes at the PGT Last Chance, but was not able to make it onto one of our live streams. Carnero has had his share of big results, but still looking for that breakout score on the live tournament circuit. Did have a phenomenal win in October of 2022, Donnie. I have to highlight this. It was the Big Poker October at the Bike in LA. $170 buy-in that had 2,200 entries, and he won it for $158,000.
I'm sorry, he won it for how much?
$158,000.
What in the world?
That is absolutely insane. Massive, massive ROI there. Carnero here involved versus Lee. Okay, we got a hand.
Oh, yeah. Carnero opting to 3-bet out of the big blind. Lee comes along in position here.
Heads up.
405,000 in the middle, and ace 6-5 rolls off the deck. Carnero checks, action on Lee. Now, if we're Lee here, do we think that Carnero is going to slow down after pairing an ace, if he did?
No, but, I mean, he could have kings, queens, jacks, tens, you know, stuff like that.
I'm sure Lee will not be too confident with sevens either way, as Carnero reaches for 75,000. But with that, it's going to be 175.
175.
think Lee's going to have a hard time continuing here, but there it is. Into the muck it goes. Nice little pickup there for Martin.
Carnero up to over $1 million. Samau, Lee, and Wantman all in very similar positions. Once again, shout out to the chat. I still see you all out there. Wesley, Green Wave, RMX Indiana, one of our moderators, along with Christy in the mix here tonight. Earl Sulling asking, is that Dan Smith in the bucket hat? No, that is Martin Carnero. Does have a bit of a Dan Smith vibe going.
Lights are bright.
I can see it. Action folds over to Wantman. Queen 6 of diamonds.
10 seconds.
Smile with the jam. Brent Hanks would love that. Couple of deuces. There's a man who knows how to play those mallards. Quick fold from his opponent. Gets it done.
Meanwhile, I found myself a seat in the toughest game in town. Playing some cash here on playpokergo.com, and Mr. Tim Duckworth sat down at my table.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, he's a mega nit.
I'm worried about that. Got him.
Good.
Saw through the bluff.
Action slides over here to Samau in the small blind. Only has Lee left to battle with here. Limp and a check, so off to the flop we go. Heads up.
Deuce 9-6 rainbow flop. $30K is the bet. Pot's staying small for now. Samau makes the call. 6 pairs on the turn. 100K is the bet, and another call from Samau. Donnie, what's the incentive here for Samau to invest, relatively significant chips out of position with just king high? Is he really a strong believer in Lee not having anything here in this blind battle?
Yeah, I mean, I think Lee is, at least in Samau's mind, is just probably trying to rep something and win this pot. He thinks he's got enough value in the king high. I would think now he checks, but yeah. And
with confidence, Samau tabling king high. That's not going to be good, and Lee will be happy to receive this pot here.
I don't know if you saw Lee's face there when he saw Samau's cards. Like, oh, I'm good. Oh, okay. Lee looking like he might be a little tired there, rubbing his eyes.
I mean, it's long days here at the studio. They play at noon every day. Play down to the final table.
Oh, really? That's hilarious.
Sounds more entertaining than all of us combined.
Yeah, it means I have to keep it to myself. Shawnee is very entertaining.
Action folds to Samau, who picks up 9-7 of clubs. Decides to limp in on the button. These players all very quiet, keeping to themselves. Hardly had any table conversation. Donnie, we did the bonus coverage before at the Poker Masters, and I felt as though every single night we had a talkative bunch, just, really chumming it up, having some fun with it. So far, this is our second stream this week. It seems a bit more businesslike.
Yeah, these guys are the serious type. Not trying to give anything off, just pretty content and peacefully grinding. Let's see how Samau approaches this one. He did limp the button. Now he flops flush draw here.
Bet 35.
There is the bet. One fold, two folds. You win, sir.
All right, Lee getting a little sleepy perhaps, but it's not the time to fall asleep just yet, because if you want to be the best at poker, you might as well stay up late and study over at octopipoker.ai, the best study tool in the game for players of all levels. Save 10% on an annual pro plan until the end of the PokerGO Cup. Sign up right now and use that offer. We'll learn from the likes of Stephen Chitwick, just one of the GOATs.
Cal's strong, man.
I know, his first one was 142 and his second one was 148. No, I was there. I watched.
Ace 10 suited.
Look at this, got a big one here. Hendricks and Sepiol got into a bit of a war.
I did it. No, Foxton was 108 or 160. No, Foxton.
Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, you did it?
Hendricks stacking a big one here. Just when you look away, these guys get into a big one. Hendricks on 2.2 million now, chip leader at this table. Pustina was up to 2 million earlier, has slipped a little bit.
My right here is like, 'cause I can hold a lot of weight. My big one.
No.
10 seconds. First shot.
Wesley says, thank you for the stream, PokerGO. You're awesome. Thank you for watching, Wesley. We appreciate it. We're happy to provide some additional coverage of these PokerGO Cup events. Also, keep an eye on everything else we have going on our YouTube channel. We have tons of, you know, new clips, highlights, shorts, hands from the new season of High Stakes Poker. There's just so much going on. If you want to see what else we have, you know, on tap, you can always check out PokerGO.com/schedule to see all the latest live streams and new episodes. New season of No Gamble, No Future right around the corner. Episodes of Cash Flow, Donnie, coming out soon as well. Our newest cash game show filmed at the PokerGO studio starts airing in March.
Yeah, No Gamble, No Future, February 25th.
There we go.
Double episode premiere.
Oh, I love it. Can't wait. Pustina here in the small blind, raising with King 7, and Zobian finding a real one with Ace-Jack of Spades. Given the stack sizes here, what do you expect to see from Zobian?
I mean, I think you can just put it in here. Off just shy of, well, he's in the big blind, so 19 bigs now. He's gonna go not all in, you know, don't hate it.
10 seconds. 195.
Pustina thinks better of it, lets it go. Zobian chips up to 730. Still 3 tables in play in case you're just tuning in. We are going late tonight, the midnight hour, right now in Las Vegas. Last night we finished at, I want to say, close to 2 a.m. Right around that time.
Now you're busy.
Ashley in the chat says, or asks, can you just turn up? Yep, new tournament starting tomorrow, 10K buy-in. You can just turn up and play.
Pocket aces.
You can check out the full schedule of PGT events on pgt.com. Information on registration structures and live reporting available there as well. Also good to know for those new to the PGT that the top 40 on the PGT standings at the end of the year will qualify for the $1 million free roll, the PGT Championship. Just had that championship back in January. It's an annual thing. But yes, these events are open to everyone. All you have to do is show up with the buy-in. Hendricks makes it 60K with King 10 of clubs. Winter in the big one with Ace-Jack.
Are all these yours?
It's just going to make the call. Winter, known for his perhaps a bit more passive approach.
I was asking about that
very much
yeah,
careful with his chips.
You could take that one. It's clearly no one's claiming it.
$40,000. That's 40.
$10-10, 8. Hendricks flops, trips. And Winter is going to come along and make the call. Sean Winter in a bit of trouble here. Hendricks on the big stack with the big hand. And the jack on the turn might spell additional trouble for Sean Winter. 2 flush draws out there now. How is he going to handle the fact that he's likely going to be facing a large bet from Adam Hendricks?
have to learn how to fold when you used to play 5K online.
There's Hendricks.
You feel ashamed.
Continues as expected. 155. What's Winter supposed to do here? This feels like the type of card you're looking for.
You know, there's like an icon or like
I feel like if anyone can sniff this one out, it's Sean Winter. You know, he's just got like that weird kind of spidey sense with everything. That's it. I mean, listen, not easy, of course.
You've played a lot of cash.
And Sean Winter again is just going to make the call.
Now you open bars and then.
No, I actually opened bars, did other things, and realized that.
River brings the 4 of hearts. Third heart on board. I wonder if that's going to slow Hendricks down at all.
Yeah. So just decided I'll probably go back to the poker. I still coaching like performance and energy optimization.
Oh really? For like health?
I used to do like for one poker staple and for like a company.
Action on Hendricks after Winter checked a third time. 555 in the middle.
All in.
And Hendricks moves all in, applying that pressure on Winter, who has 430K left behind. What a brutal hand for Sean Winter.
I used to be really good in poker. I should be really good in everything, so I should bring something to society and humanity. And I was kind of like stuck in like not doing anything because like potential is too high, but I'm unable to think it through something which is going to be really good for
How's
society.
Winter supposed to
I
get away from this
stuck in
one?
Decision paralysis.
I mean, his opponent can have a 10, his opponent can have a
I'd like to
straight,
hear more about
I
the
think.
coaching.
Flush draw obviously comes in here on the river.
Getting everyone on electrolytes.
I mean, Hendricks is his position now in terms of his stack size. You know, he began this hand with more than 2.2 million, but the important part there is that he is the table chip leader, so doesn't have to worry so much, or at least as much as he did before, of Pustina being behind him with a larger stack, of course. So, you know, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that he has, you know, 9-7, a queen 9, you know, a bunch of different 10s here. Could have a full house, to be honest, right? You could have 10-8, Jack 10. Can have flushes, yes.
Sean Winter deep into the tank. His tournament life on the line, burning some more time bank chips. This is the spot of the night for Winter. If he's wrong here, he'll be out the door shy of the final table. More time bank chips are being used. For those that could not pick up on that, he's saying, you're repping such a big effing hand.
Keep reminiscing. What do you think?
10 seconds.
And Sean Winter ultimately finds a way to let go of this hand.
Showed a 9 of spades.
All right, players. Table 2 is 2 hands ahead, so I need table 1, feature B to deal 2 hands, and I need A to deal 1 hand. You're gonna hold up.
All right, we are so slow, eh? Are we talking too much?
Looks like we got some imbalance right now between the speed of play at some of these tables.
Like there's the dumbest thing in poker, but he's having a Celsius, so he's bluffing if he has a king.
Tournament directors trying to ensure everything playing out in the fairest way.
Agree or disagree? Best biohacks are free.
Agreed.
After midnight, Donnie, we might get some actual valuable advice from these guys.
Some advanced one which are like really good, but in general, I would always recommend people to do
Yeah.
everything which is free.
Yeah, it's funny that people skip the free because they want like the fancy stuff.
Nah, it's not about they skip it free because they want fancy stuff.
60.
10 seconds.
They want a solution.
They wanna get easy solution. So
Mm.
take a pill which gonna give you energy.
Mm-hmm.
It's way better than go fucking stretch outside.
Yeah.
To do cold and do just 10 push-ups.
Yeah.
Just taking a pill, you know, like it's like let's go ahead a pill. It'll
Yeah.
change the world.
Have you been to Project Wellbeing?
Hmm?
Project Wellbeing? It's a biohacking gym in Vegas.
I heard about it.
Quite nice.
I heard about it, never been. But except probably barbaric chamber, I tried everything.
Hyperbaric?
I haven't tried.
Yeah, I don't know how good it is. I don't really feel much, but I do smoke the ganja, so that could change things.
Yes and no, not necessarily. It clearly has some.
Alright, players, now I need one hand on both feature tables.
Well, there's like the hard shell, which they charge like infinite for one session, and then the soft shell is like included with the membership, so it's like a huge difference, I think.
I used to go like not far from here. It's called Las Vegas Wellness. It's on Flamingo, and they have.
What is it?
It's like 10 minutes driving from here.
What's it called though?
Maybe good luck if you did.
Yeah, okay. I think I heard of it.
Fustina finds ace king. That will also cure lots of ailments.
That'll give you energy, right?
It gives you energy. And
just like, yeah, okay, whatever. Oh, ace king. Okay, raise.
Yep.
Seriously, I've made so many dumb I've made the wrong decisions so many times.
Did you drink it or no?
Over caffeinated people.
Is Sean Winter steaming?
No, he's just Sean Winter. Hendricks is coming along, 10-6 suited.
Yeah, Hendricks at 2.6 million has lots of room to play. 8-8-4 with 2 diamonds gives him a flush draw. Action goes check, check.
I think so.
King of diamonds on the turn, and that's what they would call a gin card. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves here with the paired board and the positions that these two guys are in, but Fustina's got to feel really good about himself here, hitting top pair. Fustina comes with 85,000. Now if we're Hendricks here, are we going to go for the immediate check raise?
I think he can go either way. I mean, if you think that this is a card Fustina is going to represent a fair amount of the time, and I think that he might do that, then maybe you just come with check call, you know, keep those bluff hands in. That said, if you think he's going to be weighted to actually having a king here, you know, a fair bit, then I think you just hit him with that check raise right away. I think it's also a spot where, you know, if you're in Fustina's shoes, then you're thinking like, you know, he could try and represent an 8. He could try and represent diamonds here. You know, he is the big chip leader. He can put a lot of pressure on me. He can certainly have, you know, decent amount of 8s from the big blind And look at this. That's
Wow.
well done by him.
Pustina finds the easy and quick fold, or at least I should say, he makes it look easy. I think a lot of players go broke there.
Yeah, maybe not broke, but I think a lot of players probably call, and then, you know, obviously we see what happens on the river, but that was well done by Pustina.
Spare me a double, sir. Spare me a double. For a humble peasant.
Aram Zobian about to go busking inside the PokerGO studio for some additional chip donations. He is, however, still fairly comfortable, 715,000. Sean Winter on 415, a little less so. Feels like Sepiol has not been able to get anything going, and all the chips have been slowly making their way to Adam Hendricks.
Just like that, Sepio finds a couple of 10s. Jam coming, there it is.
All right, so Sepiol moves all in for 610K after Zobian put in the raise.
Just a little posturing here from Zobian.
Sepiol takes it down without showdown. In case you're struggling to stay awake at home watching the stream, come join me on playpokergo.com. Just having some fun.
Oh, 620.
Got a bit of a cash game going on over here.
Is Tim Duckworth still in the game with you?
No, I busted him.
Yes! Yes!
I got 38 million chips in front of me, Donnie.
Let's go, baby.
Yep.
Let's go.
Got a 5-handed game. You know what I like the most about this? And I'm not even joking. It's so freaking fast.
Yeah, you just...
It is literally like bang, bang, bang every hand. Back to the action on the big screen here. Pustina raising the small blinds to 75K. Ram Zobian in the big.
65.
Sepiel makes it 65 with queen 10 this time around.
Zobian's turn to find a couple of deuces.
10 seconds.
535.
He announces 535,000, and that gets the job done.
Ah, fuck.
Did it pop up yet? No, it's not. Yeah?
You really had king 9? I mean, king 5 would be a crazy bet on the fucking turn. And a crazy really bet. That would be absurd if you have king 5. That would just... crazy bet.
I look over, Remko's just got a full house.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
One more hand before the blinds go up to 20,000, 40,000. Here we go. Those blinds are going up right now. This has also been the theme of the day. I don't know how much of that final table you got to watch earlier today, but they were six-handed forever. Forever.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, and it's kind of similar to what we're seeing here, where it's just kind of long, drawn-out play without many eliminations, not a lot of fireworks. You know, of course, that'll all converge at some point, yes, especially as these stacks get a little bit shallower. And of course, they do get a little more shallow here, as we're now up to a 40,000 big blind. But
P. Cole in the chat says, I don't know who Cherish Andrews is, but the title still disappoints. Apologies, P. Cole. Cherish was on the feature table for a long time. Just got moved off. She's on the table that you see in the back over there. So currently, we don't have eyes on her. So just because of you, I changed the title to get people drawn into the game here tonight. We are playing down to the final table of 7. So we will hopefully see Cherish again, as we now have a real hand happening here. Pustina made it 80K with 10-8. Zobian 710,000 with 5K behind with ace queen, and now Winter for 340K. Calls all in. Sepiol had a real hand too, by the way.
Yeah, and you notice that he showed Hendricks his hand.
Maybe.
So Pustina out of the way. Zobian gets a bit of a rebate here, and it'll be Sean Winter's tournament life on the line for 340,000.
Poker guys just punished me for making 2 fucking horrendous folds.
Ace for horrendous fold.
Ace of hearts or ace of clubs.
We are waiting for hands to finish on the other tables, just because of the pay jumps that are at stake.
Who knocked
YouTube
the table?
has it, yeah.
Huh?
Jim
Who
called
knocked the
before
table?
they
We're
started.
a little crooked here.
The table is a bit crooked. So yeah, we're waiting here for
Really?
other tables to finish before we run this all in, to make sure that if Sean Winter were to bust, he would finish in the appropriate place on the standings. Of course, the pay jumps are
You have an
not
ace?
insignificant, mostly because of the, or also because of the points at stake in the race for the PGT Championship.
Folded 2 dumb fucking hands for no
Sean Winter, despite being
Maybe that's the reason you're still in.
despite being ahead here with kings, very tilted, so it seems. And there is actually a hand still in play, so we're sort of on pause here on table B as Samao and Win Lee are going head-to-head here on table A.
Samao thinking here, he's always pretty deliberate with his actions and can pounce outside of the box. You know, looks like, hey buddy, what are you up to over there? All right, says no thank you.
All right, so Sean Winter still waiting for his run out with pocket kings. I'm sure he'll be happy about that. I'm sure he'll be happy just...
I hope he gets the answer that he made a good fold
Oh,
like
yeah.
while this is happening.
This is table 3, which also had some action. And now that pot has also been pushed. So this should bring us back to
You have the kings?
our all-in.
No, I think we might have one more hand to play here.
Oh, wow. Damn. What a brutal sweat for Sean Winter.
And for whoever was asking about Cherish Andrews, that chair with the jacket, that is her stack over there. So she's avoiding us once again.
Small pigeon.
Don't know where she is though.
No, you guys gotta play a bunch of hands. If they're
There she is. Cherish Andrews back to her seat.
Yeah, John Andres too was.
Apparently this has been the slow table.
Send them on tilt.
Well, if everyone's getting up to leave and do whatever they want
Yeah.
in between hands, I understand it.
Just playing their own
This is a tough
tournaments.
shot.
Scott in the chat says, we don't have enough likes, so
Ooh.
help us out here.
If I land this,
Hit that like
before
button.
We get all in and for sure win.
So we gotta-
Winter's still waiting over there. Just
Yeah, Colby with the shove on table C, and now we are finally pivoting back to the Sean Winter all-in, who has had some time to cool down, and 9-6-6 will almost certainly keep him in the game, and a king on the
Ace.
turn gives him a full house. Sean Winter doubles
40.
up.
Five.
Play will continue with 15 players.
Fucking 5 and just did some fucking dumb shit on the turn. That is a miracle. It worked out.
through all of this, Winter has talked himself into Adam Hendricks having King 5
Right.
on that
I
hand.
hope you win this tournament and the next one.
Christy saying worth the wait for Sean. That's right.
Is that
There, I haven't touched it in 2 hours.
is that yours?
Yeah, it's
I can't stand
Am I small blind?
I think the button moves, right?
I don't know what I am.
I'm pretty sure. Because I folded, you showed me. You folded, Where's the button?
Sean, were you small blind?
I was not.
Sean was button. I opened
His
CG.
button, so
He was cut off.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, it was open 3-bet, 4-bet jam, whatever. Like, 3-bet.
Yeah, Adam is big.
All right, Zobian left with 375K.
How'd you hold after all those fucking mistakes?
I'm supposed to get punished by the poker guys for these dumbass rules.
Sean Winter's on so much tilt right now.
Did I put it on there? Okay,
Sorry. No, I did not.
Sean. He's just outrageous player. He's the best. Sean Winter comes in with the raise, and Hendricks, his nemesis, has ace king. For sure gonna fire back with a 3-bet. Just how much is the question. Makes it 240. Does Hendricks out of the small blind. Pustina's out of the way from the big. Back over to Winter.
Is it 30-minute delay?
Like a little over an hour.
Really?
Yeah.
I believe we've eaten into that delay quite a bit here.
No one knows anymore.
No, it's a mystery.
That one I feel like, that one I know I had, you had highly on.
It's midnight and we're 15. No way. 1:30 to 2. It's gonna go later than that.
No more folding.
Players have got so much room
Hour
to play
delay.
that there's no
The
pressure for them.
suspense is killing.
About what?
I want to see his hand.
What hand?
Ace 4.
You weren't even in the fucking hand.
I want to see it.
I'll tell you.
Is Delta?
Huh?
He seems like happy to tell you.
If you want to know.
King Queen for Sepiel.
120.
120.
Comes in for the full 3x here. And Hendricks with ace king again.
Wow.
Wait.
No, something went wrong here.
They had to have gone wrong.
Hendricks did not have ace king. Something went wrong with the cards hitting the reader there because those cards were folded very quickly.
Too much. 20K?
Did they do that just to get us excited?
I mean, I guess so. There's no way he had ace king. If he did, we should ban him from the tournament.
Let's make sure they play big if we don't get moved.
Welcome back, Jimmy Bluffett. Where'd you go?
Actually, Pustina here on table B. King 10 off. Probably wondering, what do I want to do when or if Zobian moves all in? Makes it 85,000 and picks up the blinds and antes.
What percentage of the viewers are asleep, like on their couch, and this is on?
Oh, at least half. At least half. Jimmy Bluffer just woke up. He probably has been watching from the beginning. He just took a 3.5-hour nap.
He said he went to California for a few hours. I don't even understand.
Maybe using a VPN?
What did you have?
Ace queen.
Huh?
Ace queen of diamonds. You don't believe me?
You weren't good.
Adam Hendricks now with jacks.
Maybe he'll fold this
Overplaying
too. If he folds this, I'm going out there.
And Pustina finds king, queen suited. Okay. This has the potential for some intrigue.
White Tiger said, "I'm driving to Texas from Boston while watching this."
Wow. I don't think our
Keep your eyes on the road.
I don't think our stream's going to be long enough.
All right, Pustina's in there. King, queen suited. Appreciate you, Michael Hinkle.
Zobian finding it hard to part ways with the king deuce.
I think he's doing a little bit of strategic tanking.
Yeah, perhaps that's a better way to put it.
Maybe red paint.
I had black paint.
Oh, don't say it.
Queen 4-4 really is a bit of misery when you're holding pocket jacks. But Hendricks for sure is going to spend chips on at least one more street, so it seems. Can't just give up on those jacks with the first bit of resistance. Bustina's going to bet it right away.
Sounds like we might be 7-7.
I think we just lost a player. Hendricks, meanwhile, as predicted, is going to see that the turn card is the 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, Hendricks too good to, his hand is too good to just fold the flop there. Has to call, of course. Could maybe continue again, depending on what Pustina comes with.
I've heard now that it is John Andres who's busted in 15th place. He ran pocket eights into the aces of Harvey Castro.
Wow.
No luck on the board for Andres, and Castro now up to 1.2 million. So at the conclusion of this hand, we will merge tables and be down to 2 tables of 7.
Another bet here from Pustino, this time 235,000, ramping up the pressure on Hendricks.
It's a good guess. I mean, that's
and Hendricks decides to let go of jacks.
How does he not shove? How does he not shove King 7?
I'm going to go to a very quick commercial
King
break
7,
as we
okay,
have one more hand here.
No, they just found out that Hendricks had King 10.
Oh, yeah. Sean Winter will probably see his mood improve. We got one more hand here before we go to commercial break to get these 2 tables or 3 tables combined into 2. Picking the action up as Samal raises the 220 with Queen 6. Holding on to some draws here, and Lee gets out of the way. All right, now all the action has been completed on all tables. Taking a quick commercial break. Get these tables or players down to the final 2 tables. 14 left, playing down to 7. So lots more poker left to be played. Don't miss out. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be back in just a few seconds.
Looking for poker that's fun and free? Play PokerGO brings you authentic poker action. No bots, gimmicks, just players like you from all over the world. Jump straight into a ring game or test your skills in a tournament against real competition. With Play PokerGO, every hand feels like the real deal. Find Play PokerGO on web, iOS, and Android. Join the fun. Sign up for free. Play PokerGO.
I didn't know that.
All right, that is it. As promised, a very quick interruption. And
another dog or no?
We are now down to the final 2 tables.
So sad.
Landon Tice staying on the main feature. Jim Colby bringing 2 bags of food.
Is that part of your strategy?
No! I asked about.
He just asked if rocks with coconut. He was like, coconut's in heaven now for 2 years.
Emotional warfare?
No!
That's not below.
No!
He's trying to make me go cry in the bathroom.
No, I'm not! I would never. That's. No, I'm the bad guy. There it goes. Crazy.
Still have her as my screensaver, though.
Okay. Is Brock on there or no?
Her and Brock.
That's what I'm saying.
They're both on there. I used to have just her.
Honestly, if I saw that lock screen and asked the question, it would be really misleading. It would be really misleading if I asked, like, how. If I saw the lock screen and said, "How is?" It would be misleading. Yeah, I know. I'm taking the L. And I didn't. Just pain everywhere.
I missed the start of that conversation.
Yeah.
Landon inquired about Cherish's late dog,
This is
I
why
believe.
small talk is pain.
And then Cherish
This is why small
informed
talk is
Landon
nothing
that
but pain.
the dog has been passed away for 2 years, I think she
Never
said.
again,
So Landon
wow.
feels like an ass. But he just didn't know.
Right. All right, so as I initially promised, Cherish Andrews headlining the feature table, and now she's back where she started tonight. We've been live for close to 4 hours. Lots more poker left to be played, and we got a really interesting feature table. Zhao Simao, no stranger to aggressive play. Same can be said for Matthew Wantman. Cherish Andrews was dominating her table early on, has since managed to chip up, and I found out that Andrews actually doubled through Jim Colopy not too long ago. She held pocket sixes, and those held up by some miracle versus Ace-King. Once again, proving that Ace-King is just a drawing hand. Jim Colopy on the receiving end of that. I guess it's not a bad beat, but I mean, unfortunate situation. Colopy still, though, left with 1.3 million, so he is still looking healthy. Tice and Andrews at the top of the counts here on our feature table.
And with that elimination of John Andres in 14th place, everyone got about a $6,500 pay jump.
Not bad.
Locked up $25,800 right now. I feel like every time we show this table, it's blind versus blind. Literally every hand is blind versus blind.
People are too scared to play.
Scared money don't make money.
Very true.
Wantman's in there. He ain't no scared money.
Nice turn card for Wantman. Still, though, 4 cards to a straight out there. Not the type of board you're going to be getting all too creative on. Now the question is Lee going to try to represent something here, but his cards do not connect in any way, shape, or form to what's presented to him. Action goes check, check. One with 2 pair. A very good spot here. Deuce of spades on the river gives him the check mark. And Lee on the river bets 180 with absolutely nothing to connect. He has just taken a stab.
Gets it through. Look at that.
Wow, Wantman wanted no part of that. Final 14 players guaranteed 25,800. Next pay jump into eliminations when we go up to 32,250.
10 seconds. Great, sweetie.
Anything important happened at this table before I got here?
No.
It didn't.
You've just been oh.
Landon bluffed us on the bubble.
No, I didn't. I did one time. And to be fair, he tried first. Look at him. See, he tried first. Look at him. He's looking at the stream right now. You look like you're ready to snowboard.
10 seconds.
I love the fact that Landon Tice just said it to Jim Colopy because that's exactly what I thought when I saw him.
You did. You said that earlier.
Oh, you? Wow. What a sick read.
Carnero with pocket queens, hoping for some traction, but he's not going to find it.
Oh, what about
Oh,
that?
wow. There's some traction. Ace queen for Colopy in the big blind.
I mean, I think Colopy's hand is too good that he's just going to have to get it in, but I mean, Carnero is raising off a pretty short stack, so.
Colopy moves all in with ace queen, and Carnero, of course, happy to snap this one off.
See Colopy there kind of throwing his hands up in the air like, I mean, what is this? What is this nonsense?
Just now earlier, Colopy lost a big flip with ace king versus sixes versus Cherish Andrews. Is he now going to double up Carnero? A king would give him Broadway and the whole pot. What's the board going to bring? It's the queen on the river. Carnero secures the double up to 1.1 million, and Colopy knocked down to 745,000.
It's been a day for Colopy.
It really has been.
Manuel Fritz pulled that big bluff on him on the bubble. But then Colopy fights his way back. He's got a healthy amount of chips. Then he loses that huge flip to Cherish Andrews that you talked about not too long ago. Now he loses ace queen to the queens of Martin Carnero, and he's back to 745. So swingy game.
You got some. You got some.
For a second, more with eights though.
Nah.
You called me out earlier. I was calling you with threes there.
Donnie, I have a gripe that I don't know, was reminded of.
Okay.
I have some errands to run, and it's late right now in Las Vegas. We are not going to get home until maybe 2:30, 3 a.m. And back in the day, it was common for you and I to hit up the grocery store at all hours of the night, especially during WSOP. I just looked. There's not a single grocery store 24 hours anymore. What the hell?
I know. I mean, the pandemic happened and Vegas decided to transform itself into a normal city or a normal place to live. I'm like, no, this is supposed to be like all hours of the day.
I am so disappointed. The only thing that's open is like a Green Valley grocery. What am I going to buy there?
The worst part about that, okay, I mean, well, the worst part is obviously that they're not open. The second worst part about that is that before, when they used to be open 24 hours, they would have people stock the shelves and do all of that in the middle of the night.
Right.
Now, I go in there at 8 a.m. I just drop my kids off at school. I got to get something on the way home. Okay. They're stocking the shelves. There's
Right.
stuff everywhere. I'm like, it's regular hours, okay? Like what?
Is there even actual grocery store open 24 hours anymore, or is it just like
I don't know.
the little corner stores? I can't believe I'm reminiscing over going to a Smith's or an Albertsons at 4 in the morning. Be kind of nice, you know. Got the whole store to yourself most of the time.
Yeah. Andrews gets that one through with the raise. Couple fives for her. Reminder that Cherish Andrews did finish 3rd in the opening event of this series. Took home, I believe it was $88,000, maybe $89,000. Right in that realm.
Late night. Drank too much wine last night.
Samau looks down at ace-3 of spades. Under the gun.
You want to know what's crazy, by the way, about that cash from Cherish Andrews? Only her 2nd ever PGT cash.
Oh, wow. That is kind of crazy.
So, like, WSOP stuff, like
Right.
everything.
Yeah.
It's wild. I mean, she's in the studio a lot, too. Like,
Yeah. Well, maybe this is her breakout series, and she's, you know, doing a good job here, maneuvering her way to what could be her 2nd final table of the series.
Tice with an ace jack off in the
240.
small blind. Comes in with a 3-bet. 240 is announced. Carnero's out of the way. Now it's back on somehow.
240. 1, 2, 20.
Landon with the longest 3-bet in the history of the PokerGO studio. Somehow gives it up, and Landon Tice gets that one through. Jimmy Bluffett in the chat said he made good money buying pieces of Cherish last summer. She crushed it. There you go, Jimmy.
Plays down to what, 7 tonight or 6?
It's annoying when there's 20 out there already, and you
So it could be like crazy late, right?
It's the little things that matter.
Hopefully.
This looks so weird.
Right.
You and your triplet brothers coordinate with Halloween costumes?
Yes. Like when I was younger. Like Batman, Superman, Spider-Man.
It couldn't have been when you were older.
That's right.
Stevie Ortiz saying, isn't Cherish the chip
Sure.
leader? I mean, she's right there. You can see the scoreboard at the top of your screen.
When we were
Landon Tice
younger, like when we were young.
is right there
like
with her.
7. My mom.
And then on the other table,
my mom
Adam
wanted to do Wizard of
Hendricks
Oz
is
as
the
well.
overall chip leader. He's
Yeah,
got
like
$2.5
Tin Man,
million.
Scarecrow.
Andrew's here. She's certainly going to get in there with the king
If I
jack
remember
off.
correctly, I was Tin Man.
You were Tin Man?
And I didn't have a heart.
Helps when you play
There's a raise to 80K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seconds.
620, but who's counting?
What else? Give me another year.
There's gotta be,
No Power Rangers, Ninja Turtles?
Power Rangers maybe.
Okay. That was mine.
I think you have siblings?
No, I was a Power
If you're awake, it's still
Okay.
with us in the
Um,
YouTube streets. Hit that like button for us. Let's go.
I have siblings, but we're
Let's climb this
You-
baby
you
up
guys
over
are getting close enough to make
300
sure.
likes on the video. Please, I beg of you. Please, please, please. Somehow here, big blind defends King 5
We were
suited.
color coordinated. Like when it came to
It's a pretty looking flop for
outfits.
Somehow 5,
I was
4,
blue.
3 with a couple of diamonds. He's got top pair.
bad. Griffin was
He's
green.
got the diamond draw. King Jack over there for
It was like that for-
Andrews.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy, remind those people,
was my
hit the damn like button. Let's go. I would like 300 likes before this hand is over. Can we make it happen, people?
Nah, no Teletubby.
Too young for that.
I think we're too young for
Too
it.
young.
Too
What do
young
we got?
for the
150,
Tubby.
175, 150 it is from Cherish Andrews. Somehow, of course, won't be going anywhere. Now it's just a matter of how he wants to play this one. Does he come with a check raise? Does he opt to just call? There is the check raise, attacking right away. 360 announced. Wesley Moran in the chat said that he would jam. Not sure Cherish can really do anything here. She does give it up, and Somehow takes that one. Puts a small little dent into the stack of Cherish Andrews.
You did good in another event, right? You did good in a different event, right? Already, right? Nice. 100K? Nice. Good number. Yeah. I don't think there was one. You you shake the voodoo doll.
10 seconds. Time extension.
Ace King here for Samau in the small blind. Action did fold to him.
145.
145 is announced. And Ace Queen for Win Lee in the big blind. Here we go. These guys are going to play a big one for sure. I mean, just blind versus blind. This is just an absolute setup. Somehow does have Lee covered. And he jams. Somehow quickly calls. Here we go. All of a sudden, 2 million's in the middle. And Samau's looking like he's going to take out Lee.
Good to run it up.
The turtle is in. Maybe that's a good luck turtle. I don't know, but it's in. I hope Samau gets to keep it if he wins the hand.
All right, here comes the flop. Ace King well out in front, as you can see, and that's going to make things worse. But the Jack is still alive out here to make Broadway, but it's not there. Win Lee eliminated here in 14th place, taking home $25,800. And Joao Samao, now one of the top contenders, up to 2.2 million chips here on the main feature table. Takes control of that feature table with this big hand. And as we look on over to the chip counts on table B, this now puts him second in chips behind only Adam Hendricks, who is still in control on the second table that we still have in play here. So 13 players remaining as we inch closer and closer to the final table in event number 3. We've also missed Zobian doubling through Hendricks not too long ago on the secondary table.
Good hand rolling.
All right, if you want to work on your poker game, go to the Ultimate Poker Lab for everyone over at octopipoker.ai. Right now, save 10% on the annual Pro Plan. Offer ends on February 20th. Check it out and join for free, or sign up for the paid plan where you can drill real spots from PGT final tables over at octopipoker.ai. Don't miss out on that deal. Save 10%.
It's brutal when you don't fold the flop and you just turn the jack.
King Jack on the turn. Fuck it.
Back to the secondary table here. Fritz with an ace king. He's in there with the raise. 80K from him. And Zobian finds a couple of 8s. Working with just about 13 bigs for Aram. So here we go. He announces 470, effectively jamming. Winter's going to get out of the way, and I can only imagine Fritz sticks it all in. He does. And here we... Oh, well, the interesting... So Aram is standing because 13 players are left, and it's right about a 7K pay jump.
If you get the same hand...
There's 2 people for a pickup.
No.
Call.
13.
All right, he does announce call. Wow. Can't wait any longer.
8-3 deuce.
Not asking for much.
Zobian's pocket 8s need to hold against Fritz's ace king. If not, Zobian is going to be out in 13th.
Zobian's been waiting for spots to double. He just got one through Adam Hendricks. Can he find one again to perhaps go on a bit of a run in the closing stages of day 1 of this event?
7, 8, 9, 10.
Fritz fell just short of the final table last night. He'd love to win this one, give himself a chance to do one better. 4 queen deuce looks good for pocket 8s, and so does the turn card. But the river is the ace of diamonds, and that'll put an end to the run of Aram Zobian. Manuel Fritz from Austria will take all of his chips and is now up to over 2 million himself. And all of a sudden, the contenders are starting to show themselves as we approach another break in the action in a couple of minutes. But for now, we are down to 2 tables of 6. Sean Winter still in the mix, one of the shorter stacks right now.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Fritz have the chip lead late on the day, and then just out of nowhere came falling out of the sky, and it resulted in an 8th place finish. So as Remko just mentioned, just missing the final table yesterday, but he's right back in the mix, trying to get back there, and we'll see if he can do it. There you see Harvey Castro, one of the newcomers here at the studio. Last year he played in one of the Poker Masters events and got 2nd place. A very good soccer player is Harvey Castro.
I mentioned this at the time when we had him on the stream. Probably the most soccer type name you could have.
Harvey Castro.
Harvey Castro sounds like, you know, a player for the Philadelphia Union. MLS star. You know, Harvey Castro for sure also a winger.
He's a midfielder.
Let's see, it's almost the same thing. Probably plays on the edge. I could see him be a 10. Two tables of 6, meaning that the action might speed up a bit more. Short-handed play, always a fan favorite. Action on Pustina. King 10 off. He's going to raise it up. He, by the way, sitting on half of his earlier peak when he hit 2 million not too long ago.
Time extension.
No resistance so far for Pustina. Action folds to Fritz, it makes it 80K on the button. Sepio with a real hand in the big blind. Ace 10 off on 19 bigs.
On.
Perhaps we just go for it here, and he does.
Time extension.
And that's enough to take it down.
Do you think someone's going to bring us ice cream tonight?
If no one does, I'm going to be very disappointed. It feels like an ice cream kind of night.
You think it's still raining outside?
I think it just stopped raining. By the time I get home at 3 in the morning, I'll be able to walk the dog again. Took the dog for a walk this morning, and it was still raining. We got home. I tried drying him off, and he absolutely lost it. He went cartwheels through the house for a good 10 minutes, bouncing off the walls. Absolutely unstoppable. I love to know why dogs get so fired up when they get wet. It's so funny to see.
My dogs like won't even go outside. They'll like go to the door.
Yeah, and they'll be like, no.
And I'm like, you have to go outside. And they just refuse.
Wow.
Could be another blind battle here. Let's see what happens.
Another 12-minute hand.
Yeah. All the blind battles seem like they take ages. Everything else seems like it, you know, moves along. It's not that slow, but the blind battles are the ones that just draw out.
It's always the blind battles. Twisted Metal asking what kind of dog. My dog looks like a Jack Russell, but he's actually a sort of poodle Chihuahua cross. Super high energy. Weighs about 20 pounds. Definitely has that Chihuahua personality and that poodle, I guess, athleticism.
Well, every time I see your dog, I think of, is it Harry, the dirty dog?
I don't know if it's from
the children's book.
I gotta look it up.
My kids have it.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
Night players do is when all hands are completed, you'll be on a 10-minute break.
10-minute break announced. The conclusion of
chipping up now
the current hand.
Minor setback. I wish we
Looking for poker that's fun and free?
Tilted for like a day and a half.
Oh.
I would just
Misclick.
Little trigger finger there.
Misclick.
Break has not started yet, but
Misclick in the back.
we will get there after the conclusion of this hand.
All right, Castro's in there. Jack 8 of spades raises it up.
10 seconds.
80,000.
220.
220.
Sepio fights right back with a 3-bet. Ace 6 off makes it 220. I mean, this should work.
Yeah, it's always nice to get one through there just before the break. Perhaps a little bit less resistance. Players have to run to the bathroom, but Castro giving it some thought here. Doesn't want to come across as though he was stealing. Does decide to let it go, and Sepiol gets the chip up a little bit. And there it is. Sepiol was down to 700K not too long ago. Now back up to 1.1 million and looking a little more comfortable. All right, we're going to go on a quick 10-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We still have lots of poker left to be played. Playing down to the final 7. See you in a few.
Looking for poker that's fun and free? Play PokerGO brings you authentic poker action. No bots, gimmicks, just players like you from all over the world. Jump straight into a ring game or test your skills in a tournament against real competition. With Play PokerGO, every hand feels like the real deal. Find Play PokerGO on web, iOS, and Android. Join the fun. Sign up for free. Play PokerGO.
To start play. So
Settle in, as they say?
Yeah, if you have any plans for the rest of the day, maybe those should be canceled. But you probably don't have plans.
I never have plans. I live right here in the booth. Mainly because my wife kicked me out.
She's like, long final table? Yes. Chewy with 2 kings. Raise 110. Anthony Hu, ace 10 off 6 big blinds on the button.
He has to get active and involved early. Is ace 10 good enough in his mind? I imagine ace jack were there. Ace 10's probably close, but he is going to go with it.
Music to Lichtenberger's ears. And we see that Laskowitz is about to fold an ace. Trouble brewing for Hu, and here we go. Anthony Hu finished second in the overall series championship race at the 2023 PokerGO Cup, losing to Kerry Katz by just 6 points. Was oh so close then. Looking to lengthen his stay today. We'll have to get a little lucky to do so.
A stand-up coffee sip? Or it's tea?
I never use it. I'm just getting limber.
Queen 8 deuce, nothing really doing. Hu looks for an ace. Will we see one on the turn? We will not. We don't see one on the river. Whose day is done.
He's taking the mic pack already off.
Interesting strategy, but perhaps a bit too much as another 3 rolls off on the river, and we say good game to Anthony, who is 5th career PokerGO Cup cash, out in 7th. for $47,200.
No, not even paying attention to the hand whatsoever.
Did you bring him back in line? Did you
what
say in the
was I
chat?
supposed to
Just
do? I wasn't
yell at
there.
him?
I stayed out of the chat. Poor Donnie.
Poor Donnie.
Poor Donnie having to endure all of this story. There's a time and a place for the shenanigans, Jeff.
I did enjoy listening to the part about the protein muffins. I was quite curious.
It was
on
great,
those.
actually. Yeah, I enjoyed it. And believe it or not, I was into the story Remko was telling.
Yeah,
you know?
great storyteller. Moreno opens the ace-4 suit in. Laskowitz calls with 2 10s. Eight, 7, 6. 10 still best.
Very curious how Moreno will respond. Clubless on the flop, but does have ace high and that gutter, of course, to the low end. Future streets are very unclear, but maybe with the price being laid just 80,000 with 400K out there, we absolutely can proceed. Yeah, he's going to take one off. He's not done with the hand. Ace high could certainly be the best hand.
Turn brings another 8. Moreno checks.
And this again is starting to set up a fascinating river scenario. If we get there.
That'd be a quick wash last night.
Under the gun is where Moreno opened. I don't know if he has very many 8s. This is a lovely check by Laskowitz, under-wrapped. And I think this is where things now get curious. If you think about the types of hands Laskowitz could have, Queen Jack suited, hands like 10 Jack, King Queen, a lot of those Broadway type holdings have missed. Does check in. Will ace high now be considered a bluff catcher? Wow, just gets to showdown, does Laskowitz.
Quickly checks back.
Suppose he was concerned. I don't know exactly.
Brought to you by Splash. The blues are 5Ks, purples 25s, yellow bumblebees worth 100K a piece. Find Eric Seidel with 2 kings. Ooh, we find Sam Laskowitz, the chip leader with ace queen.
Well, we saw how he navigated with 2 10s in later position from an early open. I would imagine ace queen, he may proceed in a very similar manner. Just call.
Yeah, you said it.
Is absolutely an idea. You don't always have to 3-bet these types of hands. And he strikes me as the kind of guy that is very protective and defensive when he does have the chip lead. Keep it in control.
Play upon in position versus Seidel here, and it comes 10-3-3. Daniel Negreanu's here. Event number 3 at the PokerGO Cup.
Oh, yeah. Out there squealing.
85.
Certainly not giving up after this flop whenever you have ace queen. Hand is simply too good. Can very well be the best of it. But now the second shell from Seidel. Can we withstand the heat? Seidel may be concerned. He saw the 10s go to showdown earlier
good point.
Against Moreno. 10s and 9s. 2 hands we're concerned about.
35.
But he's undeterred. He says, you know what? Let's just try and get max value here.
335.
Fire 335,000 here.
Sizable bet.
Time extension looks like it will be used by Laskowitz.
This type of texture, right? What story is Seidel trying to tell? As we can see, he's just got the goods. He's got 2 kings. But if you're at all a non-believer, it could get sticky. That's a nice fold by Laskowitz.
Texas Mike, put some chips in with the queen 8.
130.
Break after this one?
Ace 6 suited. For Wiseman.
Wiseman is the shortest stack.
Chooses call.
This one is a new record.
Flops an ace.
Really is something to watch. The evolution of this game. Just thinking back, you know, you're under $1 million at 30K, 60K. You're the shortest stack. The button opens. It's Texas Mike, who we know is a maniac.
For years and years.
It's like, oh, you're just all in with Ace-6 suited. Here, we call.
Yeah.
We get very fortunate. We flop top pair, and we're actually making more money. Had he shoved pre, Texas Mike just folds. Now, we allow Mike to continue to shovel more in the middle.
Kind of buckle up for the ride. Turn brings the 9 of clubs. Wiseman adds a flush draw. The nut flush draw to top pair.
See what Mike does. If he doesn't think that Joey's very ace heavy, he can apply pressure to 7x, but he does knuckle. It seems as though he's just giving up. Instincts accurate.
$500?
500,000.
Wiseman will lead for 500,000.
Welcome back inside the PokerGO studio. Hope I didn't wake you up there if you were taking a little nap on the couch while watching our coverage, which I would totally understand. We are slowly but surely making our way to the final table of this event number 3 of the 2025 PokerGO Cup, 10K buy-in, $320,000 at stake tomorrow. But right now, the question is, who will be part of the final 7? We have 2 tables left in play. There are 12 players still vying for those 7 seats. Staying with table B here, where we see our chip leader Adam Hendricks at 2.2 million. Dishing it out, at least he has, over the last couple of hours. Manuel Fritz recently sent Aram Zobian to the rail. He is second in chips on our table that you're watching right now. And then on the main feature table, we have Joao Samao and Landon Tice also right around 2 million chips. The short stacks right now, as it stands, Matthew Wallman on the feature table with 13 big blinds, and we have Sean Winter here on our secondary table on 11 big blinds. But hey, Donnie, this grind is far from over.
It is far from over, and it might never end. But we'll see it out to the end, because that's what the bonus boys do.
Exactly.
We put the hours in, unlike those chumps on the final table broadcast.
The prima donnas.
Yeah.
And then lose the flip. That's not fair. No, that's not fair.
This is sort of like a training camp for us for WSOP.
Yeah. It is. It is. Don't get me wrong.
I feel like the poker gods rewarded me already by getting the ace-10 flop.
Yeah. And to check back the flop. Like, he played it the only way. Like, not many people win that pot.
Makes the max too. 2x's the turn. Nice little early bet.
Players are talking about that hand that Manuel Fritz pulled off a gangster bluff against Jim Colopy on the stone bubble. If you guys missed it,
yes,
you can either rewind or you can
so.
check it out on social media. I believe we have already posted it to our Twitter/X account on PokerGO, so check that out. Sepiel here, raise 110K, 8-7 of diamonds. Sepiel's been on the rise in the last, I don't know, what, hour or so?
I mean, last half an hour. Sepiel was not really in the mix for a while there.
You play yesterday?
Sorry?
Did you play yesterday, the day before? No. I see. So you're going to play anymore?
I don't know, depending if I'm going to win or not. I'm standard European and I came here with 20K, and this is my chance to spin it up. 20K cash.
85,000.
Invest everything here and we'll see.
I love him. Just trolling.
Do you not play Chris's game anymore?
I do.
Yes.
Alright, maybe I was lying about the funds. Sean, I'm gonna play every tournament if you're gonna play every day cash with me.
Yeah, I'm gonna come play.
You play.
I should come play.
Stop by.
It's just kind of boring, to be honest.
I mean, depending on the lineup.
I don't know.
I don't know.
There's no ante, right?
It's empty.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Cash deep empty, it's kind of fun.
Is there an ante? No. There wasn't when I played it, I didn't think.
I mean, it was always empty.
Really?
And we played together on the empty games.
This one was check from Fritz, 85K from Sepiel on the flop and a call. Turn went check, check, river.
I like
check, check again, and Fritz is going to take it with that 2 pair, kings and nines.
I like yellow flips.
Last time I played it was a good game. Like, everyone had like 250 to 350. Like 6 of the guys. But I heard that's rare.
It is, you have to hit the jackpot. I mean, not that crazy rare, but it's still rare.
Kings for Fritz.
Fritz really looking for
I just don't like playing
some redemption. Thinking back of last night.
I'm used to fucking starting at 10 a.m.
You have to wake up so early.
Oh, if I can choose, I would love to play from 8 a.m. That would be my favorite time.
I mean, if I got it in the schedule, but 10 a.m. for poker is just.
I mean, I would love it.
My brain's not used.
Fritz going 3x from the small blind. Castro in the big finds at least an ace here. How do we generally approach situations like this?
Yeah, the ace deuce is a tricky one to play.
Wow.
He's just going to go for it all.
He moves all in. Big misstep. Castro jamming with the ace. Fritz with the snap call. We have 1.9 million in the middle. Let's see if Castro can find an ace or a wheel. Perhaps some hearts to save him. Fritz maybe getting some flashbacks to yesterday when his stack melted like snow in the Vegas sun. And here comes the flop. Castro picks up a wheel draw.
Oh,
and there it is.
There it is.
Wheel on the turn for Harvey, Castro, and Fritz again. Within reach of the final table, starting to crumble.
940.
Still 1.3 million, though. Let's not get, too carried away here, but what a massive blow to his stack.
Yeah, and on the other side, just, lighter fluid to the stack of Harvey Castro there.
940.
Explodes up to nearly 2 million. For him, a beautiful 4 on the turn to give him a straight.
If the game's gonna break early, I'll be here. You ask me if I'm gonna be here other days.
I mean, it's actually a cool thing to play from 10 a.m. to 5 and max red's just.
I did it in the.
Is that what you did today? Yeah, I mean that's fine. It's a long day though. I guess it's only like 2 extra hours.
I'm poker junkie.
I feel like we never played a pot over there. That's surprising.
We played some funny ones.
Funny one? But there's a lot of those, the 7 deuce stand-up game bullshit.
We played 3-bet on the flop.
3-bet, 3-bet?
That was a 3-bet.
3-bet and
What does
3-bet
that
on the flop. 3-bet flop
3-bet 3?
and 3-bet on the flop.
920 behind.
Thanks.
Who was the 3-better?
Action folds to Castro in the small blind. Looking down at Queen Deuce.
And?
I don't know, you barrel it off.
What happened?
You barrel it off.
I bet?
You bet turn, bet river. 3-bet, bet.
Oh, you folded?
No.
I coolered you?
No.
I was bluffing?
Yes.
What? That's a lot of fucking bets. What do you mean?
I don't know, I'm just the standard monkey without fold button.
All in.
Sepiol jams over top of the 3x raise from Castro, and he lets it go. And Sepiol again chipping up nicely without showdown.
That's good. That's my turn. Good luck, everyone.
You called me donkey.
You did? Ace 8.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Not everyone bluffs there. Like, on that.
You never peel there, did you?
Yeah, you called me donkey.
Actually, kind of just, smooth.
10 seconds.
Pustina ace-6 of spades.
You live here?
Good candidate.
You guys get to live here, right? I live in Vienna.
Oh, nice.
But been here a lot of traveling, and then in between sometimes grind from Mexico instead of going home to Europe. So I haven't actually been much in Austria recently.
Originally German? In Germany?
No, actually Austrian.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where in Mexico?
I used to always go to Playa, but now I came here for the kickoff series in January, and I did Guadalajara in between for 2 weeks. It was nice, cool city, great restaurant.
Where in Playa?
How do I describe that? Like,
I don't know, 26 and 10? Like a street?
Fucking Vienna got me sometime.
Somewhere there, yeah. Like in that very touristy area, kind of, not.
Avenida 5?
Yeah, in that area, but like more by the beach usually is the Airbnb we're getting.
Fritz trying to recoup some losses here, finds ace jack.
Where are you going Sunday?
Going San Francisco.
Jack, jack, deuce on the flop
Saturday
here.
and Sunday.
After Bustina called from the big
I'm
blinds.
not even like fully don't know it, but yeah, I think it's like 3 or 4 teams and multiple games, like 3 games, I think. It's weird. Yeah, we tried that. I feel like.
Isn't All-Star boring? Nobody's trying.
Yeah.
It can be sort of fun, but like, yeah, it's not.
I've never been to one.
The one time they did like the score, like if you get to 100, you win the game or something.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
like last head of this was awesome. People were playing like crazy defense.
Yeah, the girlfriend really wanted to go, and I like NBA.
Yeah, I've had 2 losing years in poker, and I believe it was my own dollar that I lost $3.5 million one year. And in December, for Christmas and New Year's, I took probably 6 family members.
I think the dunk contest will be really cool.
First class to Europe, and they were saying like,
Yeah. The dunk contest is like no budget. Like
in Vienna.
McClung, and then
It cost me like $90,000.
a few NBA players you probably don't know.
Jesus.
Yeah.
For what amount
And
of time?
at the very end of the year, I was just like, but I committed to the trip in March or whatever.
Right.
So
3-point
I was
contest.
like,
Put some bets on it.
It was like a.
I mean,
it was painful.
Can't imagine.
It's one of my favorite hotels I've stayed at.
What was it?
10 seconds.
I'll have to look up the names.
I'm trying to think which one is that expensive.
If I look it up right now.
Sepiel makes it 100K with 9-8 suited as Sean Winter shares some stories on the bat years that he's had and still had to pay for the family vacation. It's not easy being a poker player, but well done, Sean, for following through on that one. I'm sure it was an unforgettable trip. And Bustina now with the jam from the small blinds. That'll get through.
I know when I was scared of Sean. He folding ace king on small blind.
Winter very much in the danger zone on 7 big blinds.
Oh.
It's going to need quite a spin up.
Oh, the haunted Sacha. It's like where they make the famous cake, famous chocolate cake, and it's like this.
Let me see a picture.
Coffee place.
It looks like the
Queen Jack of diamonds for
I
Sepiol.
wouldn't expect it to be that expensive, but it's in the best
I mean,
location you can possibly
it was
be.
like
Makes
a,
it 110.
up, some upgraded rooms or whatever.
Sean,
much?
Standard American donkey who overplayed. Just disgusting.
10 seconds.
Fritz comes over the top from the big blind to 325. How do you like this move?
Yeah, I mean, there are some properties in the fact that you have an ace, which can block some premiums. Also, ace deuce is like, I mean, is it really going to provide some playability post flop? It's going to be tricky, get you into some tough spots, so. You know, you also kind of don't want to fold an ace from the big blind, so maybe you just try and leverage it and play it aggressively, but Sepiol is wise to it.
Sepiol sees through Fritz's aggression and goes for the jam with Queen Jack suited. Gotta tip our cap to that. Don't see it all too often with the Queen Jack.
Yeah, goes for it, gets it done. Well timed.
I gotta wait to do that next time.
Another playable one here for Sepiol. Ace Jack off.
110.
Feels like Sepiol has found the gas pedal as of late.
Go 1.3.
And where Fritz was willing to
Started
compete with
1.4
ace deuce,
and some change. Thanks.
he's taking a step back now, throwing ace 9 into the muck.
10 seconds.
Defend here with the 10-8 from Castro. Queen 9 deuce, couple of diamonds. Right color, wrong suit if you're in Castro's shoes.
If we're Sepiol here, are we generally trying to keep initiative?
Yeah, I think you can just continue to bet here on this board, and he does.
Castro reaching, and that looks like raising chips. Perhaps going for a semi-bluff here. And there it is, into the middle. That's quite a bit. And a quick fold from Sepiol. Castro looked like, yeah, 225 is what he made it, and he'll take this one down.
Right when I was peeking.
Here's a look at your way to win a seat into the PGT Championship $1 million free roll. Go to pgt.com/gleam, as you can read on the screen, or just scan the QR code that you're seeing right now. You can enter for free. Give yourself a chance to, who knows, maybe be in that $1 million free roll at the end of the year. Be pretty sick. Bustina with a suited ace. It's hard to, or it's important to remember there's still 2 tables in play.
10 seconds.
Joe Samao has been chipping up on the on the main table, 2.6 million now. Sean Winter still not finding anything playable.
Yeah, but Sean can just do it with no chips, you know?
Yeah, it's true.
Seen it a million times. Yoon S saying, for how long will the stream continue?
As long as it takes.
Until these guys get to 7.
As long as it takes. This is our night show where we try to find out who will be at tomorrow's final table. And look at this. Ace 3, Ace 10, Ace 5. And it is Ace 5 that is currently all in.
10 seconds.
Sepio gets out of the way with Ace 10. Action back on the original razor. Is Priscilla thinking, well, I have an ace already. Even if I'm up against a worst case scenario type deal, I still have some outs.
Yeah, and probably also just a little bit of posturing there. I can't see him calling with that.
Wants to show the cameras what he just did.
So sick.
So sick, so sick.
Shout out to Elke.
Where's Elke at?
Man, where is Elke? Probably in Korea.
Playing video games?
StarCraft.
So sick.
I don't know how much poker Elke still plays, but he was.
When do you think his last live tournament cash was?
I was going to assume that he came to the WSOP and just got some random cash. So I'm going to go like WSOP 2023, just something random.
And then just have like a
April 2024.
Oh, wow.
He got 103rd in an Asian poker tour event
Big
in
fold.
Jeju.
Not surprising. All right, back to the main feature. 2.3 million in the middle. Lan and Tice
Saw my hand?
with pocket nines raises on the river and gets Cherish Andrews to fold. Wow.
Spades.
I wish we had seen more of that hand. Did you see what Cherish had?
I believe it said she had 8-4 for 2 pair.
Wow.
Interesting.
Lan and Tice up to 2.5 million. Cherish Andrews down to 1.1. Tice getting away with one there.
Big fold.
That was a big fold.
That's what I heard.
I don't fold.
He's not even a
Big fold.
billionaire either.
Yeah, I know.
Tice made it 110 before the flop. Andrews called from the big blinds. Then Tice bet 80K. It went check on the turn.
He did make it pretty
Andrews
big.
led for 350 on the river.
What?
Tice raised to
Oh, that
1.1
guy.
million. Andrews folded.
The DoorDash
And
guy?
you said she had 8-4, so backdoor two pair.
Yep.
Wow. Lan and Tice back to raising once again.
We'll
Picks
know.
up ace queen.
We'll know later.
But for now.
But for now, I just wonder. Is that 100?
Yeah, 100.
10 seconds.
Let's see if Cherish decides to come with a 3-bet here or just a call. She opts for call. what's a snowboarder gonna do?
Yeah. Jim Colopy, the Sean White of poker. Seven, 6, 5, which is also a great flop for 4-8. But now Andrews at least has the bottom end of the straight draw. Let's see if she can muscle Tice out of this one, or perhaps make a real hand. 9 of diamonds on the turn. And Andrews gets a little bit of chips back here, betting on the turn, getting Tice to fold. She's still in a pretty good spot here, 1.4 million. Wallman, Carnero, Colopy, Sean Winter, all a fair bit shorter, and if those were all to bust out, we would be down to the final table.
You know, Elke won a tournament right before that for 360,000.
What? Where?
Taipei.
Oh, crusher in Asia for sure.
But I mean, that's like a big score.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm surprised I didn't like hear about that.
I remember back when I used to do live reporting, I believe it was like 2011, 2012, covering events in Macau. Elke was a star over there.
Oh, yeah. Superstar.
Like, players in the tournament wanted to take photos with him all the time.
The name of that tournament that he won was the Superstar Challenge.
Maybe he was the one who organized it.
Who else is in this? I don't even know who these people are. Ah, yeah. I do. Crushing it.
Samao makes it 120, and Andrews again finds a playable hand. It'll be 3 in a row that she's involved in. This one, very important. Samao also very aggressive, so we'll see if...
300.
I was going to say Andrews tries to keep the spot small, but she goes for 300. Colby out of the way. Tice tosses the 3s. Back to Samao.
10 seconds.
Samao doesn't want to fold, doesn't like to ever fold. Let's go of A7.
Who likes to fold?
True. Micah is asking, is this live? No, it's live.
Yeah, we're actually ahead of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly.
We see stuff before it happens.
We are in
and then we run out there and tell them what's going to happen.
We are in the future, actually.
20 seconds is not very long.
No, we are actually live. It is
and it's always 20 no matter what.
Almost 2 a.m. in Las
Even
Vegas.
if
Way past everyone's bedtime, but all these players want to get down to the top 7 to return tomorrow to play for the big bucks.
So we have all these time banks.
Jim Colby finds King Jack offset on the button. We'll see some aggression here, I'm sure.
Colby jams. And speaking of jams, I see on the stats monitor that there's an all-in and a call on the other table. So I'm guessing we'll go over there right after this. Don't think Carnero's going to be playing this 9-7 off for all those chips.
Yeah, we got Winter all in a blind battle. 6-3 versus Queen Deuce. And there it is. While Colby was all in, Sean Winter's run out was quickly dealt with. And Sean Winter, there you can see it, packing up with the backpack. Pustina, the one ultimately sending him to the rail. Man, we were sweating Sean Winter for so long. We go to the main feature table for 5 seconds, and he busts out. Can't have it all, I guess.
Brutal.
So,
Goodbye, Mr. Winter.
Winter called the all-in with Queen Deuce suited from the big blind after Pustina jammed on him from the small. Pustina had 6-3 and caught a pair of sixes on the turn, a pair of threes on the river, and Winter hits the rail, takes home $32,250, and Vlastimil Pustina now up to 1.2 million, looking pretty comfortable himself. All right, back to the feature. Cherish Andrews, King 8 of diamonds.
It's not possible. It's not possible.
Just gonna raise it up. Very active, Cherish. Fun to see her mixing it up.
Anytime Cherish gets a hold of chips, she's going to be a lot to handle. She's very aggressive. We'll just, try and push you around at times. Let's see if Landon Tice elects to fight back here. He does. Counts as a 3-bet. 250.
Time extension. 10 seconds.
Landon Tice fighting back with ace-10.
$425.
And here comes Cherish Andrews, 425, not backing down from the aggression shown by Tice, who quickly folds off camera. Respect.
Respect is right. This could be Cherish's series. 3rd place in the opener. Looks like she's cooking here, sitting on 2 million in chips.
Yeah.
Making plays like that, you
Good
know.
tired.
Bucky, did you?
That was me.
Oh wait, sorry.
Yeah.
I was confused for a second.
I am the big blind.
You are. You are.
Here we go again.
Samau versus Wantman. Would imagine Samau's just gonna put him in here. Yep.
Wallman sitting on 10 big blinds. Probably wanting to signal that he is going to give it some thought, but calling in with Queen 9 surely is not part of his thought process.
10 seconds.
That hurt. That hurt. Should just call.
This because you say you hurt.
My friend.
Good cards only.
My friend.
Yeah. Landon would say that he was 3-7. If you say the third.
Gentlemen.
Bobby asking how many left and playing down to 9 or 6. Well, there are 11 players left. We just lost Sean Winter in 12th. The plan is to play down to 7. That would be the official final table. They'll continue to play on 2 tables all the way until they get down to 7. They'll play 4 and 4 when there's 8 left. And then once we lose that 8th place finisher, the final 7 will bag them up for the night and come back tomorrow for the conclusion of this one. Or today, later today, I should say.
Yeah, we are.
It is just about to hit 2 a.m. here in fabulous Las
It's always
Vegas.
good when I have to look at a
Wallman jamming from the small blind here. Andrew's not finding anything, but that is the state of the tournament that we're in right now. The short stacks
You would just
making
stick
some
on
moves.
On ace, you wouldn't even have to go down.
Of course. Maybe even a king. No, I probably have to look at you know.
Dusty in the chat says 5 a.m. in Florida, need to work. Yeah, I feel like we're reaching that point right now with the East Coast is starting to wake up again. Brandon says 5 a.m. here in Tennessee, just got off work a couple hours ago, lovely night shift. We are kind of doing that here too. I will say though that I have a jet lag right now, living in Las Vegas, working late. Not part of the usual routine, but excited to be part of the show. I think my dog is the most unhappy with me sleeping in because I am responsible for the morning walks. It's funny how dogs get into such a routine. He just knows that after Dad has his coffee, we're going for a walk. Well, right now, I'm not waking up until much later, so he's looking at my wife like, hey, can we get a move on, please?
Can you tell me the last time Martin Carnero has played a hand?
10 seconds.
I'd have to go and look at the history books.
He's just kind of hanging.
You have like 2 points on.
Somehow raise this one up. King 10 off.
10 seconds.
Price of poker's going up. Up, up, up.
Christian says, nobody asked, but it's 11 a.m. in Central Europe. Well, you're probably a couple coffees in, maybe at work.
10 seconds.
As we see Samau raising to 100K with king, queen, and Andrews this time around decides to not 3-bet. How do you weigh those options, Donnie, when you're deep in this tournament? Andrews picks up jacks for the second time in 3 hands. This time decides not to 3-bet.
Yeah, I mean, some of it in this spot could be who she's up against. This one being Samau. So, you know, he could come with the 4-bet. You know, he could call. They have to play a pot. You know, and she just wants to kind of just control this one a little bit more.
Last, maybe.
Also, I'm getting word that we just lost Pustina.
Oh, wow.
On the outer table at the hands of Daniel Sepiol.
Damn. Sepiol on a run here. As we
now you've made
focus on this hand here for a second. 325 in the middle. Samal continues betting for 85,000.
I thought about it and I'm like,
yeah, don't think
you
Andrews
were
is going
trying
to go
to. You
anywhere
were trying,
here and just
Landon just
too much value in it.
He did wait to fold until I'd thrown my 25.
Also, don't think she's going to be raising. Would expect her to just call, and she does.
But then, like, you were in the big blind thinking, and I'm like, all right, I'll just throw it in the middle. And then the second I put it in the middle.
Wow, and a third ace. That's a good card for Andrews.
Yeah, no, it is a good card for Andrews. I mean,
somehow I was involved in
obviously,
delay in his
yes,
response.
somehow could have an ace, of course, but
I just had
if
to
she's
fold and
behind,
give it
it's
to him.
probably more the
I wasn't even thinking
kings
about
and
anything
queens
else.
of the world.
no complaints here.
Maybe he doesn't always bet those on the flop out of position, so I think she feels pretty
He
good
was saying that if
overall
he
about
wasn't
her
in his
hand.
game, I would have paid the 60K big blind.
Oh, I see.
It was like
I wanted to pay the 25, so I went fast. I
You're
folded
thinking of
fast.
yourself.
Huh?
I'm thinking of
Oh, yeah. Wow. What a kind soul. Jimothy Colopy.
Yeah.
mattered more before we.
Samal decides to check.
Now it doesn't really matter.
Action now on Andrews.
This
now,
is why I snapped
generally,
back
do we
5
want
years
to
ago in this.
bet a turn card like this, not give away any free cards
Won that
in case
tournament
Samal
anyways.
is holding a hand with 2 overcards, for example?
Yeah, no, I like this bet. You know, just try and get the value. Don't just want to give,
feeling
you
she's
know,
gonna flip at me that time.
a free river card to a hand exactly like Samau has the king queens of the world. And honestly, I mean, you might get some value out of king queen.
I had ace 10.
It is time. Me too.
Guess what the hell did you have?
Earl I.
Huh?
Earl I.
So Andrews bets
Oh, it's
250. Samau lets it go, and Cherish Andrews now also up and over
cards only.
2 million chips. And Donnie, go back to Pustina here for a second. What ended up happening to him?
Yeah, this hand is
Who's getting voted off the island?
pretty crazy. So Pustina raised from middle position. Sepio called out of the big blind. It came 8,
I think it might be
3
Jimothy
deuce
Colopy.
with 2 clubs.
No, you never get pulled out the
Sepio
button.
check called a
no,
bet.
button's here.
Turn is a 10.
Yeah, it is.
Offsuit 10.
Get out, Jimothy Colopy.
Same action, check call from Sepio. Now a 7 on the river, so it's 8, 3 deuce with 2 clubs,
one with the deck.
10 of diamonds,
I
7 of
had
spades. So that flush shot does not come home.
You're going to the shadow realm, buddy.
Check from Sepio.
Yeah, yoink.
Pustina moves all in.
Good cards.
After a little bit of a tank,
Big blind.
Sepio calls with ace
Dealer on
9
me.
high
Wow.
and
I'll
is
get there when I
good
get
against
there.
ace 4 high.
Damn.
And we lose Pustina.
We're pretty,
Sepio's up to 2.4 million.
we're pretty unlucky missing some of these hands.
I knew you were going to 4-bet too. I had a feeling. Should have just folded.
Then why'd you do that?
Ace 10 off.
Huh?
Ace 10 off. Good cards.
Yeah.
He had ace 10 too. Yeah. So you probably had like,
Good fold.
yeah. Just seeing where I was at. Behind. Maybe. Maybe.
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
Maybe.
Maybe.
They might not even show it.
It's
they
true.
might be over there.
Yeah.
We can trade
What's
if you want. Later.
We'll see if it's on the stream first. Yeah. We'll see if it's on the stream first. No. guess no one's coming back over here, right? Because it's 10 people.
No.
No one's. Yeah, because it just combines at FT. Like,
Well.
it's 4 and 4. We don't play 8-handed FT, right? It's just 4 and 4.
No.
Right, but we could lose.
You could lose two people.
A couple
Get someone
people.
from the other team.
Yeah.
And be 8-handed, and then we'll need.
Then someone would
or
have to move.
There'll be 8 left, and someone will have to come
Yeah.
over.
For now, Martin's staying on the island.
Yes. It's a hard island to get to. Hard island to get to.
Good card island. Good.
Let's go now.
Wow, I went in the wrong box. Nope.
Hey.
Buddy.
Far behind?
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Samau in the small blind now with king queen off. We got Wanton as the short stack in the big blind, and he's got ace 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
probably good enough.
Call.
He says okay. He makes the call,
Good call.
and we go to showdown.
Wow.
Womban
That was
ahead
the
with ace
weirdest call
high.
I've ever seen. That was the weirdest call I've ever seen, Bucky. Okay. Did you call? He keeps getting really good hands, small blind. Like, you can't blame him. My friend.
Jack 10-3.
Wow.
Just don't thought me dead.
All right, Womban is ahead with ace high, but he's got some fading to do. All right, here comes the flop. And there's a king right away for Samau. A 4-4. Wantman gives him some ways to escape here, but it's not there for Matthew Wantman as Zhao Samau claims his chips, and Wantman busts out in 10th place. We're down to the final 9. Wallman collects $38,700. And as I said, we're down to 9. 2 more bust outs, and the night will be done.
We lost one.
Samau's going to continue to raise here. Carnero the one who will be under the most pressure at this table. On the other table, it's Jim Colopy, the short stack with 615K.
I'm too tired to battle. I'm just too tired.
I think you didn't realize that I'm just going with good guys. My son woke me up very early.
Let's just stop, yeah.
What time is early for you, Cherish?
So I was up early today, 8 a.m.
That's early?
All right, players, this is a pay jump over a buy-in, so we will be hard hand for hand for this. All hand for hand will apply. Dealers, go ahead. Give me one hand.
Is that not early for you?
I wake up at 6 usually.
During the tournament.
No, like I've been waking up every day at 6. Today I woke up at 6.
No matter what.
pretty much.
You wake up
I
at
just
6
do it
a.m.
naturally.
every day?
So like even tonight?
Well, tonight might be, tomorrow maybe 8.
Wow.
I got used to going to the gym before coming here, so if I don't wake up early and get out of the house by a certain time.
That's what I did today.
I saw your post about the gym being packed.
It was disgusting.
I swear, I don't know how every morning at Lifetime it's packed too. Like,
I think it's people go before work. Because then by whatever 9:30, I was the only person in there.
I went at like 9:30 and it was like packed all the way. Couldn't get an open machine.
People live normal
Usually
lives.
I have it to myself. Though.
Lifetime?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why I keep going there. It's expensive, the equipment is not special, and it's always tested. There's no...
I like the
210.
I like theirs because I can stream with my son.
Mm-hmm.
No free flops here.
210.
Or cheap flops, I should say.
I don't see any good reason to go there.
Just so much easier.
The price, like at the one I go to in Summerlin,
I know Summerlin, they 500 for me, my wife and kids.
Wow.
How much do you pay?
I think I paid $375 for me and my girlfriend.
And look at this.
And yeah.
Andrews, not someone to back down
Do your kids have
at
memberships?
all.
Yeah,
First it was the 4-bet, now it is calling the raise out of position with King 8. Let's see what Tice has up his sleeve
why
here.
he quit Lifetime.
As the flop brings out
He said
10,
that
4,
he would go
deuce,
at night,
2 spades.
And a couple times he would find.
What sort of game plan does Cherish take to a flop like this, given this scenario?
Find guys jerking off in the locker room.
I mean, I think she feels like, you know, I have a
120.
decent hand. You know, it's not the best, but it's decent. Landon can be taking kind of a polarized approach here, where he's probably
If it
got
wasn't because I have
in
a
here is like the
streamer,
really bad
I
hands, like
wouldn't
the
go
9-5 offs that he doesn't necessarily
For
want
me,
to see a
it's the
flop with,
steamer
and then
more
also, or doesn't mind, you know, just winning a pre-flop, I should say. And then also, you know, really good hands. But King 8, I
asked,
think, has good enough
Kristen
value.
too, boxing, and she told me the same thing. Like she just saw a bunch of weird stuff there, and she stopped going.
Yeah, they go and that I was thinking my house.
Cherish does check call. Deuce pairs the board on the turn, which is interesting because it really doesn't change too much here. So
Are
we'll see
you,
if Landon wants to keep
Are you
firing.
going to Cali next? To Cali, well,
Does
to LA
not.
next week for the 10K?
Another pair here on the board.
If you go,
Got tens and
there's
deuces
a
out there.
Lifetime in Irvine. That's really nice. Brand
Andrews
new.
checks a third time.
No, it's like 30
Ty's
minutes.
probably wondering
So
to
if you
himself,
don't wanna
what
stay
believable
at
story
the-
can I
at the
tell here?
Commerce and you stay, like,
Meanwhile,
somewhere else, stay at
decides to
Irvine
check
and
behind
go
Andrews'
to
tables
Lifetime.
king high, and there it is.
Go with your
She
family.
continues to chip up. I'm very impressed with the play of Cherish Andrews, mixing it up between aggression and, you know, taking a stand wherever she feels like she has to. And so far,
And he probably
it's
gets
going
called
really
there
well.
on the river, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on
Thank
what
you.
sort of size he comes with, but I think it might have been hard to get Cherish off that hand.
We play up to how many?
Could you?
We stop at how many?
7.
Just tuning in, we're playing down to 7. Good morning to the East Coast joining
yeah.
us. Good afternoon to Europe. I guess it's still late morning over there.
Ten seconds.
120. Oh.
$360.
360.
We are seeing some more aggression as of late. Tice now the one coming over the top of Samau. And Carnero simply sitting back, watching it all unfold.
Seconds.
Tice takes it down.
Okay, you're good. You're good.
Who are you rooting for?
Queen of Spades.
What's that to me? I know who you're rooting for.
Colby-all in for 855. Sepiol with ace-queen. Are we going to get down to the final 8 here? Colby's tournament life is on the line. And it's queen, 4, 7. Diamonds and a 5 on the turn. Diamond for the chop. No, it's not there. Jim Colby saved by the turn as he smashes a 5 out of nowhere. When that flop comes out, you think you're dead, because how often does that set come on the turn and river? Almost never. Excellent stuff for Jim Colby, who is now up to 1.9 million. Sepiol down to 1.9 million. So we got a really, really even fight on the secondary table. Donnie, listen to this. The chip leader on table 2 has 2 million. The shortest stack has 1.8. Oh, sorry. I forgot to look at Fritz's stack. Fritz is at 1.2 million.
Okay.
So it's a little bit, it's not as close as I said. But we have some close stacks here. Carnero definitely the shortest stack in the tournament right now.
Ace. 120.
Andrews. Her turn again to raise now. Look at the stacks near their table, with the exception of Fritz. Everyone has the same stack.
Yeah, it's crazy.
ICM implications, of course, growing in a situation like this. Kyle says, this is the first thing I do when I wake up at 5:17 in Michigan. Thank you for tuning in. Incredible One says 4:17 p.m. here in Bangladesh. Incredible One, thank you for always being with us here on the stream. Very much appreciated. Ramon asking, is this live? Of course it's live. What are you talking about? We're not like the other poker channels where they just do reruns and
490.
all sorts of fake stuff. When we're live, it is live. Carnero with the jam. Andrews in the big blind with queen 9 off. 7 bigs, perhaps a hair too rich.
10 seconds.
Benito watching from Houston, 420 in Houston, Texas. Thank you for tuning in. As we are, by the way, hand for hand. For those who are loving the late night coverage, the upcoming days, we're starting at 9 p.m. Vegas time. Initially, the idea was to do it at 8. We are going to 9. Seeing some more engagement in the chat. I feel like the later we go, the more we're going to catch some people waking up. We got Nicole Hines watching from Pittsburgh, 520. Matthew in the Philippines, 6:20 p.m. though. 11-hour time difference between those two. as Samau raises with 5-4 suited, 125K. Andrews looking down at ace-7. Let's see if she's going to try and fight back here, and instead she just makes the call. Four, 9, Jack. Pair of force for Samau puts him out in front. Action goes check, check, Jack on the turn. I'm sure Samau is happy to take one to showdown with pocket fours, as Andrews has been able to win many of the most recent pots. Check, check again. River is the ace of hearts, and all of a sudden, Andrew's the one with the winning hand. She checks again, hoping that Samau might stab. Samau, of course, with a pair of fours, probably happy to just turn these cards over. No real opportunity for value here for the Brazilian pro. Does go check, check. And Andrews is going to show the winner. She's now on 2.7 million. Switching back over to our secondary table. Action pending here between Sepiol and Colopy. Colopy lets go of the queen jack. Sepiol betting with 8-6, having hit a 6 on the turn, takes this one down. You can see the stack size is very close together at this table. Fritz the short stack, but not short by any means.
All right, dealers, go ahead, one more hand.
You golf a little bit, Jim? Have we golfed together once?
I don't know.
I don't think we did, but.
I've golfed with Dubs a fair bit. I know you.
With who?
Donovan. Golf with. I mean, I just really just kind of depends who I'm hanging with.
Yeah.
I don't mind LVCC. I never really thought about being a member, but I guess I could have gotten into junior rates during the pandemic if I knew I'd be hanging out here as much. But
yeah.
I got fitted for a set in the beginning of the pandemic that took forever to get over. I was pretty sad about that.
I remember, yeah, the first time I got fitted was during pandemic, and they were like, because of the pandemic, it's going to take 6 months.
It was a real, like, legit reasons, but still.
Who's on? Oh, I can't tell. Oh. I think Martin and Zhao, maybe? Alex. Chill, bro. Chill.
I know, dude.
325.
325 and now.
Colopy here, coming with a bet of 325. He's got a flush draw.
Go ahead.
All right, looks like we have an all-in here on the main feature table. Martin Carnero is all-in with ace queen. He's in a good spot up against Zhao Samao's king queen.
My friend. King queen blind versus blind.
Samao had raised under the gun. Carnero jammed from the big blind. Samao called.
You guys.
Here we go. Jack 4 deuce. 8 of hearts on the turn. 10 on the river. And that is going to secure the double up for Martin Carnero, who's all in for, I think, 550.
I told you I had it against you. I told you. I wouldn't lie.
No, I don't.
Look, if I had an ace and a queen. If you got me, you got me.
Carnero has been very patient, so that patience paying off there as he scores that double up.
It's tough being the short guy when
through
at the 4-handed
Carnero.
table, when it's hard hand for hand against the 5-handed table.
And what? That hand already came out?
So because this pay jump from 9th to 8th, it goes 38,700 up to 51,600. Because the pay jump is more than one buy-in in the tournament, they do go hand for hand to make sure things are even.
It's not 2 a.m. is it?
I think
is it
so.
2 a.m.?
It's
2 a.m.
It's 2:30
What are you
a.m.
doing?
10 seconds.
I don't know.
At least for us it is. When you said that, it was probably 2 a.m.
1:30.
Appreciate everyone who is stuck with us, who is tuning in. If you're out there, hello, let us know. If you're on YouTube, hit that like button for us. Give us a thumbs up, please.
10 seconds.
No matter where you are, PokerGo,
On your double up.
YouTube,
Everyone
or
here
elsewhere.
was
If
rooting
you've
for
got
you. No
chat,
one's
you know,
trying to go
let
to
us
sleep.
know what's going on. Where are you watching from? What time is it where you are? Are you just waking up? How long have you been watching? All that good stuff. We want to know. We want to know.
What'd your opponent have? Ooh. Tough matchup. She couldn't see over the rail. She came around.
He's disappointed. I have chips. I would make a chip lead for a long time.
Don't forget that you guys can play along with the PokerGo Cup on playpokergo.com.
Product placement.
Daily tournaments as part of the Play PokerGo Cup series.
Me?
So
I don't.
hop on to playpokergo.com.
I
Remko
played
and I
last-
have been
the Venom two
playing a
fights.
couple sit and goes today, having some fun with it, you know.
Yeah, but before
kind of
that,
an
it's
easy
probably
night,
like
so
6 months or something like that.
we dabbled some.
I lose.
I guess
6.
I've mostly played
Hope to
live.
see you guys out
Yeah.
there in the
Past 6
streets.
months.
Back over here to the main feature. So Tice raised here to 120K. Samao called from the big blind. King, Jack, Jack. on the flop with a couple of diamonds. Check from Samau, bet 60 from Tice. Samau. Did he check raise? What did he do?
Check. Check.
Okay, so Samau check called, 60K on the flop. 4 of clubs brought about another flush draw on the turn. Then it goes check, 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 check. Somehow ends up taking that one. River Queen. Tice didn't fire at it, and the 2-pair wins for Samau. Samau on 2.2 million. Andrews 2.7. Andrews is the
Is there a
chip leader
chance
at
they
this
just bag
table.
everyone?
I have no idea.
No shot, Cherish.
No
No
one's
shot.
short over there, too. So, like, we're all 20 bigs on.
Nobody-
130.
No one's short.
They have done it before. I'm curious.
It's like 220 right now, I think.
10 seconds. You slayed.
Yeah.
Fleur, is there a possibility you bag us all? Absolutely not.
10 seconds.
The thing about this,
They've done it before.
the thing about this
They
event
used to
too is
bag.
that you need to reach a final table because tomorrow it needs to end at a reasonable time to give players a chance to play the next event. So you're sort of a victim of your own success.
Tomorrow 10K or 15?
10.
Tice raises it up to 130. Andrews in the big blind.
130.
He's going to make the call. It is a little bit tough sometimes, Donnie, to see these players get so fatigued, perhaps starting to make mistakes because it's so late at night, and it, you know, can influence the tournament in a pretty dramatic fashion.
Sure.
But, you know, on the other hand, you can say that's part of the game. You got to stay sharp.
Exactly.
Action goes check, check. Andrews consistently
They
getting
have
the
a
better
TV
of
table
Tice
in there,
now.
don't they?
Hmm?
There's a TV table in that weird room.
Yeah.
Also, they could have us come back at 11:30 instead of noon.
Got some action going as well on the outer table. Call if he made
Somebody
at
else has to
125.
play it. I don't have
Castro
it in.
called for 95. 10-3-4. Call if at 225. Castro called, and they are now on the turn. I'm keeping an eye on the stats monitor that's giving us this information. They go check, check on the turn with 820 in the middle. I don't have hole cards for this hand, but I can tell you the 9 of spades completes the board. Castro checked a third time on the river on the outer table. Colby checked back. And it looks like that one went to Castro. So not that exciting. I didn't get to see the cards, but I did see, or did want to give you guys an update on that hand. The one thing that's tough to balance for players is, do I have an extra cup of coffee to stay sharp now and risk being wired as I go to bed when this inevitably ends? Or do I perhaps battle through the natural way and risk being a bit sleepy here during play? Lots of things to weigh, lots of options to go through. But these players have been battling for almost 15 hours today, starting at noon. Andrews continues to attack Landon Tice.
$185.
185 is the raise. Let's see what Tice has. He looks interested. With Jack 10, he's going to make the call. Flop brings ace 7 queen. Given Andrews' recent aggression. Would not have been surprised if she would have continued here, but instead she slows down. Check, check brings us to the turn, which is the 3 of diamonds. Andrews, of course, hit that 7 on the flop. I completely missed that, giving a bit more credit to her flop check with that showdown value. Landon Tice with Jack 10 does have outs, but probably also doesn't want to risk a whole lot here. River brings the deuce of diamonds, and Andrews again gets the check mark. It's been a theme. Lots of hands getting checked down. Lots of slow, blind battles. And Andrews comes with 100K on the river. Quick toss from Tice, who continues to slide. Landon Tice not too long ago was up over 2 million. Cherish Andrews now up over 3 million. And she is the tournament chip leader by quite the margin. Interesting to see how things shift back and forth. Harvey Castro on the outer table, second in chips with 2.3 million. João Samao on 2.2 million, close behind. And we go back to the outer table. Castro bet 150K. Hendricks made the call. Action now on Colopy with ace deuce. Board showing ace jack 5-10, 2 hearts. Castro with the best of it. Hendricks with a pair and a flush draw. Be impressive if Colopy found a way out here. Colopy burning some time extension chips. And look at this, Colopy does make the call. Almost 1 million chips in the middle, going 3-way to the river. Castro in a terrific spot here to challenge Andrews for the chip lead with a win here. And the river brings the queen of diamonds. Castro hits 2 pair. Now also, of course, 4 cards to a straight on board, which perhaps slows things down a bit.
10 seconds.
Hendricks checks, Colopy checks. Action now on Castro. Gets checked around. Castro happy to rake this one in. Colopy seems to be the most frustrated there with ace deuce. He was the initial raiser before the flop, got called in 2 spots, and ends up losing quite a bit. And Castro now tied with, or almost tied with Cherish Andrews at the top of the leaderboard. Fritz, Colopy, and Hendricks all very close together. Carnero with the same stack also. Donnie, I do think it might never end.
It might never end. We might need to change the rules and bag them all up, or do something.
Just pull up some extra chairs.
Who knows?
Pull up some extra chairs at the final table.
Jammer. All in.
Nice looking Jack 10 suited for Castro.
It really is. Now that I think about it. King X heart.
Right, it's 125.
$350.
350 and now.
50.
350. Yeah, 350.
That's what he said.
Oh.
Everyone's tired and hearing different things. All good.
Let's see your stack real quick.
I love how Castro talks into the microphone as if we are the ones in charge of this thing.
We are.
The only thing we're in charge of is the snack corner that we've been raiding over these last few hours. Sepio with the 3-bet. Action back on Castro, who makes the call. Okay, got some action here.
Yeah, Jack 10 suited good enough. Maybe not good enough that you just want to rip it in, but can certainly see a flop with it, even though it is out of position. Gets a decent one.
Yeah, I mean, 5, 6, 8, 2 hearts. Castro with hearts and the overcard. Sepiol with the ace of hearts. Could see some additional chips going in here.
And this is interesting. Castro comes with a lead, which I don't think you see all that often.
What's the purpose of a lead
I mean, when
here?
when you like, I think he's just trying to control the pot, kind of take the initiative in a way.
Nice hand.
And Sepiol just lets go. Castro chips up some more. Takes the lead in the tournament at 3.4 million. And we've got some aggressive action happening on the main feature table. I wonder if we're going to swing on over or not, but yeah, here we go. Oh, and Carnero is out. Oh my God, that went really quickly. Samao flopping a set. Carnero with top pair. Samao made a 120. Carnero called from the big blind. On the flop, the money went in.
Just absorbing it before the river. Absorbing
Ace 9 versus 10s on Ace King 10.
Good time.
What a massive one.
Time to make bottom
and
stuff.
Samao now up to 3.4 million.
Maybe not.
Land and Tice all of a sudden looking real short stacked.
Do hand for hand still.
And
yeah, because it's FT bubble.
We'll need to transfer a player over
you've
to the
been
main
ravaging
feature
me.
to
Okay,
balance
that's
things out
fine.
again.
You're ravaging.
I'm a sleepy girl.
You're ravaging.
I'm just
I'm just here.
curious and tired.
We're all tired.
It's true. What's going on?
We're giving you a player and we're playing.
All right, a player is getting moved to the feature table. We are down to the final 8. One more player has to depart before the night is done. And let me remind you that over at OccupyPoker.ai, you can work on your poker game. Sign up right now for free or for a limited time only during the PokerGO Cup. You can save 10% on the annual pro plan. The offer ends on February 20th. Check it out now over at OccupyPoker.ai. All right, waiting for someone to join us, and it looks like it's going to be Harvey Castro.
They're coming into seat 1 here.
Wow.
That's interesting, Donnie.
I get to move back to my original.
The 3 biggest stacks, all at the same table now.
Yeah, we're stacking them, baby.
Stack them, stack them.
He's moving.
To the top.
He's moving seat 1. So I'm just going to sit back over here. I like my island of space. Wow, my friend, wow.
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 Mamma mia.
Mamma mia, my friend. Welcome to our company.
Here's a look at our
Stay
PokerGO
hard.
shop, shops.PokerGO.com.
It's like Goggins.
10% discount.
What'd you say?
Use code
Like
PG10.
David Goggins, you know?
Scan the QR code on your
You know
screen.
David
to go
Goggins?
Straight to
Stay hard?
the shop.
Don't.
Wow.
I don't. I'll have to look it up.
You gotta look up David Goggins. Gotta show Brock David Goggins. We'll start lifting more.
As it relates to the shop, do you want to remind all annual
just
and
like
VIP
Navy
subs
SEAL,
Okay.
to
did all the
PokerGo?
things,
Check
he was
your
really
email
smart,
for a
now he's
gift
not.
card
Now he just like runs a bunch of like
to the Go
Just runs a
Leisure
bunch of miles
collection
until he
in the
gets stay
PokerGo
hard.
shop.
Yeah.
So
Stay hard.
if you're a current
gives
annual sub or a
It
VIP
just gives
sub to
motivational
PokerGo,
speeches on the run.
check your email. Be on the lookout for that.
Stay hard.
If not, I guess
my
hit up
friend,
customer
wow.
support at PokerGo.com, and
I saw the snapshot of the Ace
Maybe they'll help
Duckley
you out.
versus the Kings. Ace Duckley's
Yeah,
the end.
yeah.
Yeah. You gotta scam people to win. That's how it works.
It's true.
It's either scam or get scammed. We've done pretty well though. We got 5 times our initial scam buy-in. So. Yeah. Nice, you're doing the same
everyone's scamming.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good when he has kings there.
No.
Ace Queen here for Cherish.
What's going on? Oh, I see
No
what's
time to be tired. It's time to raise.
Wow, my friend, wow.
Final 8 players guaranteed 51,600. The same payout is going to be for the final 7. Top 6 will get 64.5. So next pay jump will be tomorrow. Need to lose 1 more player.
Next page up will be tomorrow.
3.1.
Yeah, it's true.
No, I know. It's just funny to hear it. You know, it's like
it's a whole. Well, it's not even tomorrow. It's like coming up in a few hours.
next page up will be at lunchtime.
Exactly.
Wow, my friend, wow, welcome to my company.
Samau calling from the big blind.
What do you think about the chip stack formation of Samau? It's like a
I mean,
fortress.
he keeps it interesting.
What is
14
this?
stacks.
And he puts his cards
I believe
behind.
you,
and
but
like
I know
he's,
you're,
like,
I know you're
hiding
lying to
them.
me, but I believe it.
Not that he's like doing it.
That would be
hiding
like
them,
some
but,
psycho behavior, but
Ace
is that what he
queen.
does? He does 14?
Flopping top pair for Andrews while Samau flops a jack. Given the short-handed nature of
Yeah.
play here, be curious to see what Samau does here.
What are you gonna
having backdoor diamonds to go along with his pair.
Discipline. Good cards only.
Yep.
Okay, put this back here.
All right, chat. Who do you think is not going to make the final table? We're going to lose 1 more player. You see the 4 here on your screen: Castro, Tice, Samau, and Andrews. And then we have 4 players on the outer table: Sepiol, Adam Hendricks, Jim Colopy, and Manuel Fritz. The stacks on the outer table are eerily close together. There is literally not even a big blind separating the top stack from the bottom stack on the outer table. And Tice, the overall short stack, would be the, I guess, favorite to not make it. But at the end of the day, poker is a silly little game, and 16 big blinds for Tice could be enough to get the heads-up play. I've covered poker tournaments where the guy who gets second never really increases his stack. He just sort of stays around the same amount of big blinds, bobs and weaves, while the chip leader takes care of business.
Yeah. Wow.
Raking in those pay jumps.
We'll see.
It's not over.
It's not what I'm saying. It's not. Get scammed a couple times.
Yeah.
3-3-7 on the
Or
flop here.
gloriousness.
Andrews again involved
Good
here
problem
versus
to
Samau.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You didn't want to play the other 10K because of Valentine's?
Yeah.
Wow. What a guy. What a guy.
You're sharp, bro.
What a guy.
You're sharp.
Didn't want to play the other 10K because of Valentine's Day.
It'll
Wow.
be okay.
We got one guy playing when his baby's supposed to be born.
Yep.
Sam Laskowitz. And we got Harvey Castro over here like, oh, no, I'm going to respect the Valentine's Day. I mean,
you should go home.
complete opposite sides of the spectrum.
Amazing.
How long have you been with him?
We've been together 4 years, been married 7 months.
Nice. How goes it?
What's that?
How goes it?
It's been great, man.
Good.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That's the answer you want to hear.
Yeah, man, it's special.
Yeah.
You're dating somebody as well.
Yeah.
4 on the
I'm
turn.
tomorrow,
Yeah.
Gives Andrews a pair.
That's it.
And she's now out in front against the ace-6 of Samau.
Said if
I mean, it's all
if
coming
we
up
go to Costa
Andrews
Rica
right
in
now.
March or spring break,
She's been on
then
quite a nice
I can have
late
Valentine's
rush
off.
here.
Nice.
Yeah, so I accepted that deal.
Yeah.
Just pay for Costa Rica trip. It's fine.
All right, sweet.
Yeah.
How long have you been together?
6 months. Yeah, it's good. It's finally at the place of like relative calmness, where like I'm not. It's like I'm playing poker more. Where before it's easy to just like hang out
Here
all
goes
the time
Andrews.
and not play poker.
Betting her pair and gut shot.
You found just a rhythm.
Yeah, we're getting there. It's a lot of like pendulum swinging, but because I'm sure to her it feels like I was around all the time and now I'm not around as much. It's like, do you not like me? No, I don't not like you. Just like I don't get paid to hang out with you all the time. It's the opposite.
Yeah.
But it's good.
Samau lets it go, and Andrews
Release
again
ends,
gets the better of him.
After the school year, so at that point I'll like, probably move in.
Okay.
It'll be probably easier for that kind of stuff. 'Cause, like, you know,
She in school?
Yeah. No, she wants to go to med school, but is teaching at the moment. So we'll see. We'll see what next year brings.
Yeah.
She might take the year off and study for the MCAT and shadow and stuff, but it's kind of her call.
Is the gambling scene like new to her?
Yeah, poker is absurd to her. Like all the numbers and like and like the way things work. Where it's like, oh, like I won a tournament. It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
it's
you
like-
didn't win. It's like you didn't win all of it. Like I know how this works. I'm like, yeah, you're right.
It's a crazy world.
It's
poker
nuts.
world.
Raise 125.
6-4 diamonds. Samau is going to try again.
You have 2.9?
Yeah, around.
10 seconds.
Rick in the chat says Landon is due for a hand. He will double shortly. That'd be kind of nice for him. Some breathing room. All 3 players at his table can afford to double him up without too much damage to their own stack. 6-9 deuce on the flop here.
Okay.
Samau flopping a pair of 6s. Action goes check, check. Jack of diamonds on the turn gives Samau a flush draw along with his pair.
Seconds.
350.
Castro betting 350, having picked up an opening in the straight draw. For Samau here, we're probably just going to come along and see a river card. Samau does make the call. River brings the 5 of hearts. Castro whiffs. Let's see if he wants to apply pressure here, continue to perhaps represent the jack.
I'm out here
Trying to get
enter.
Samau off any pair he might have.
Going all in.
I did lose a big all in. Flip.
Where's Colapi? He spiked it, sat on you. I heard this.
10 seconds.
1.1 million.
Landon is more interested in just chatting than
Here we go with Castro for a pot-sized bet.
When I came back, I was fresh.
Bet 1.1 million.
Is it noon? Start tomorrow?
What a decision here for Samau. Even if he
really
suspects
tough
something, it's going to be a tough one to make the call here.
Seconds. Time extension.
Samau is going to give it some additional thought.
Seconds.
1.1, right?
Oh, wow. Are we about to see a terrific hero call?
Time extension.
That felt like borderline pump fakey, you know, like, you know?
Yeah.
Just look at him, like, kind of trying to get a look over at Castro. Not sure the kid's really giving anything off. I mean, you can definitely tell that Samau thinks something is up here. He's like, listen,
Yeah.
I smell a rat a little bit here. I mean, come on.
Well, at least he's got plenty of time bank chips saved up for this moment. The question now is he going to find a way to make this call?
10 seconds.
Big one here, very big one. Samau calls. We'll have a big chip lead.
I think he said fold.
Oh, he says fold. Okay, that ends up in the muck. Is this a case of like the risk-reward ratio simply not being worth it at the end of the day?
Yeah, I mean,
professional.
But the other side of that is that, you know, you're trying to play to win. I know you're trying to first, you know, make the final table and obviously make every, or at least the best decision that you can in every single moment. But
I tried, baby.
I don't think Samau is somebody who's gonna shy away from doing what he feels is right.
Nice.
And oftentimes that means, you know, you gotta put yourself in uncomfortable situations, and you know, ultimately he wasn't able to pull the trigger there on the call, but you know, gotta have some respect for him for thinking about it for as long as he did, because he.
Are you coming back if you win?
I think he truly did think something was up a little bit there.
Not.
25K cup EV.
It's one of those where he's probably gonna see it, and he's gonna be like, I
done a little bit better, like
knew
cashed
it.
one before, I would be more
messing around.
Ties makes it 120 on the button.
10 seconds.
Cool.
Castro calls from the small blind. Flop comes Jack 9 6 2 diamonds. What a flop for Andrews. Jeez. Pair of jacks with the flush draw to go along with it. Andrews keeping it simple. Just continues betting, and that's enough to take it down.
Dealers, go ahead, one more hand.
$150.
150. Raise.
Tice makes it 150. Somehow
150, yeah.
calls in the big blind, and for Tice, this pot is going to be very important given his stack size. Deuce 9 3 2 diamonds. Now, if we're Tice, are we going to sort of get really invested in these hands just because we cannot really afford to let them go of many chips?
I mean, I think you're going to get somewhat
90?
invested. I don't think you're necessarily going to go ham with the jack high, but, you know, here is the pre-flop raiser. I think you can stay aggressive. That 8 of diamonds does block some continues from your opponents in terms of having some flush draws. You are kind of wrapped around this 9, so continuing is justified here.
10 seconds.
How does he always know? I feel like somehow always knows.
This is also the power of the stack differences here. Tice hands are sort of tied. Cannot afford missteps. And somehow just toying with him right there on the flop.
Yeah.
I think I'd be drained if I kept going all week.
Yeah, it is very draining.
I think I'd be done.
10 seconds.
It'd be fun. be worn out.
Somehow
Not
looks at
firing this
Andrew's
thing.
big blinds.
No. We'll see what it comes to stuff, but with this square probably. 'Cause, like you can win, you just win the cup with a cash like this and then a 25. So I'm just playing one start, one max for everything.
Nice.
Yeah, just makes sense to me.
Yeah, no, I brought my packs. I came for the first 3 events and it was just 2 bullets each except the 5K.
Queen 9-6.
That was
2
a quick
clubs.
structure.
Small little blind battle here between Samau and Andrews. Meanwhile, on the secondary table, not much to report on. Everyone seemingly playing it very tight game.
Tight is right. No set, no bet, baby.
I busted like 2nd level of this thing and just like walked around for an hour and then hopped back in.
I maxed.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, I busted like level 4 or something, and then just waited to max.
Andrews bet 75K. Samau comes with the check raise to 250, and Andrews not backing down. He's got the jack of clubs going for her. And the deuce of clubs is going to make her feel even better. Well, Samau is going to continue firing.
Yeah, and I can't see Andrews giving up just yet. You know, picking up some equity here with this club coming in on the turn. Papa Burgundy asking when the stream starts for the final table. I believe it's still the regular time, 1 p.m. Vegas time.
This is such an interesting spot. Andrews totally capable of making a move here.
Yeah, it's like, do you want to call, try and hit a club, maybe take it away on the river should Zhao check to you, but if you take that route, Zhao could fire the river.
Ultimately, she decides to pass up on this spot, and Samau takes this one down.
And maybe probably just hoping that she calls the check raise, Samau would shut it down with a lot of his weaker hands, his bluffs, and then she can just proceed that way. But of course, Zhao he had enough with that open ender to keep barreling off, and he gets it done.
Things are looking bleak for Landon Tice. No movement on the secondary table. He is by far and away the short stack in this event right now.
Gotta fight, kiddo. Gotta fight. Keep on raising, sir.
Yep.
Would it have worked?
Sorry?
Would it have worked?
If you go in.
No?
I told you she was thinking about it.
No, I know. I think she was too.
It would have been diabolical.
Yes.
It would have been a hand, for sure. Thought about calling, actually. But I was, I don't know if you check river. It would have worked.
Yeah, I think Cherish had kind of 3 different pathways that she, in a way, was fantasizing about in her head, and then ultimately just, you know, you get gun shy, I guess, if you want to call it that. You just don't pull the trigger in the moment. And yeah, I mean, I know Zhao was open-ended, but if she bombs that, if she goes all in, or if, you know, let's say she just calls and then she decides to jam river or something like that, I mean, I think that works for sure.
Keep your Valentine's Day flirting to your fiancé. Hey, thanks, you too.
Blinds up. Is that what happened? 80K? What are we doing here?
This is the last hand of the
Okay.
Why? This guy was stalling. Well, yeah, why is it go through?
The players are all wondering what they're doing here. Yeah, well, we're all wondering the same damn thing, man.
Everyone's delirious.
Could be an interesting final table tomorrow if everyone's extra sleep deprived.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Cheers.
Is there like a movie playing over there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we turn that TV off? Or...
10 seconds.
Ay, ay, ay.
You're not getting it through. He's flustered.
Ay, ay, ay.
He's a bit peeved. You know what? I'm gonna make him smile. I made him smile. I don't got it in me. I gave up.
Man, I just think it's not good for us to sit in chairs for 15 hours. Like, I know, like...
Then
it
stand
sounds
up.
like I'm, like...
Ain't no one gonna stop you.
I agree with you.
It's just...
They should create like stand-up tables.
I don't think they've ever had a spot where they needed a cutoff. On time. It's like the first
This is where someone would tell me, like, you don't have to play every event. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But, like, make them fucking
Let me get
half
aces,
hours.
guys. I haven't had them all day.
Oh, my back is dying.
Is this the biggest they had the 10Ks?
This is the biggest 10K turnout they've ever had in PGT history.
This one?
Yeah, this specific event by like a half a dozen people.
10 seconds.
And like no one really cared about the record, and then I'm watching it just get blitzed through, and I'm like, I think we got it, guys. It's pretty cool.
10 seconds.
Donnie, are there players that would normally play PGT events that are not here? Like, could the field have been bigger?
Steven Chidwick.
Has
The
Dylan
old
Lindy been
5X,
here?
huh?
I saw him yesterday walking outside.
Okay.
But I don't know if I've seen him in the actual
The
tournaments.
old 5X. Jim's never looked at cards before. I guess you're probably used to looking at like 4 or 5. 2 is too easy. Like, what do I do with these?
Dude, my hands are not big enough for 5-card hands games. It's kind of dicey.
Oh, wow.
Oh, here we go.
Wow.
Hendricks all in with Jack 9. The timing is a bit off. He runs into the aces of Fritz. Oh my God.
Show me one. Okay.
This is bad news for the man who was chip leader about, I want to say, an hour and a half ago. Adam Hendricks.
You can see 3.
Now on the ropes.
I think the use of the word close the hand.
I think we are waiting for action to
'Cause
conclude
it's
on
like an open hand. I never think
the
of it
other
closed.
table
Where did all my chips go? What the fuck?
before seeing the showdown. Sepiel going a bit delirious here.
Sepiel's losing his mind.
I'm trying to wonder where his chips went. I don't know, buddy. You've been spending them in all
Do
the
you
wrong
have
places, I guess.
another- Never mind.
All right, looking over at our
Yeah, yeah. it's
main
better than
feature
like
table.
aces.
It looks like the hand over there has been completed.
That's pretty good.
And this means we're going to see an all-in showdown here. Adam Hendricks
For straight. That's big.
on the ropes. Needs a lot of help with Jack 9, and this is not it. Running clubs, sort of his best option here. That's also not it. A chop now would be his best chance. And it's a 7 on the river. Adam Hendricks survives with a miracle. Runner straight.
You guys are gonna be here a little longer.
You cannot make this up. Everyone already halfway out the door thinking that this was going to be it. The dealer puts a stop to that. What the hell was that?
What's Manuel Fritz got to do to make a final table?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, what's this guy got to do?
Look at Colopy. He's like, get me out of here.
Look at Colopy. Look at
I had an
Sepio.
idea.
Sepio's ready to fall asleep on the table.
You know how they do double points for that
this has
kickoff series?
been a
You
brutally.
should just pick a random event in other series and then just make that double, but don't tell anybody. That way
A mystery one?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, you surprise everybody.
After Reg ends?
Double the prize pool. That's earn the money. So then the person that bubbled.
Maybe there's like a big reveal, like it's just written somewhere, and we just like pull a string, and it just says the third event's worth double. I don't know. I hadn't thought it through.
Colopy here finds pocket nines. We're staying with our secondary table.
And Colopy on 15 bigs here.
160.
All right, here's the raise.
Makes it 160.
Oh, what?
What?
What is going on?
I mean, Fritz is not going to win this hand, right?
If he loses this one, I might need to go give him a hug. I mean,
that's freaking wild. All right, so Fritz finds kings after aces.
400.
And he makes it 400,000. Action folds back to Colby, who moves all in, and Fritz with an easy decision. He's going to snap this off, and we've got 2.6 million in the middle, and Jim Colby now at risk of being eliminated. Will this then finally be the hand?
How do you get aces and kings? I know you didn't win your aces. How does he get aces? You're four-handed.
I also didn't win the kings.
Jim Colby tilted that he's running into kings, and here comes the flop. 7-6-4. Ace on the turn. Now Colby looking for a 9 and a 9 only. The river is the 10 of diamonds, and Jim Colby is the unfortunate final table bubble boy. Colby will receive a payout of 51,600, but he will fall short of the final table in this event, and that means that Landon Tice will return tomorrow to try and spin it up, as he is our short stack going to the final table. 7 players remaining. 490K is what Tice takes to the final table. But our chip leader, Harvey Castro with Jao Samao, right on his heels. Wow, it's been quite a final day one. Wow, I'm out of words. I don't even know what to say anymore. Thank you all so much for watching. 1 p.m. Pacific time, the final table gets underway. Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks on the call. My name is Remko, and Donnie Peters alongside me. It was quite a ride today. Thank you for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow night again at 9 p.m. Pacific for more day one coverage of then event number 4. For now, have a good night, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. See you tomorrow.